Okay. Hi. I think the stream should be working. I'm listening to Octopath music. We'll see how destroyed that gets the stream. So, I wanted to do a Q&A stream, if only so that I could say I'd done one, so that whenever people show up and are like, what's your favorite schmumble? And we're like very clearly in the middle of a Foley voice, I can be like, you should have asked that on the Q&A stream that we always do, and I can point to just this one, and then never again will we do one. Okay. There are rules. I'm trying to find an easy way to look at those rules so I can read them out, but as per usual, nothing works, and life is like a hurricane here in DuckTales. Let's do... Here we go. Don't you dare play my own voice back at me. I'm just trying to look at the description, which is not visible on the back end. Welcome. Read the description for rules. Q&A. Rules. Just putting up a pin. Okay. Pin. Man, I have a question for YouTube. Why does it pin at the bottom of chat now? Whose bright idea was that? Okay. Hi, welcome. I'm Brendan Blaber, aka Jello Apocalypse. I do various things, including be on this channel. I'm doing a Q&A stream. I guess I'm a little low energy because had a long weekend because I just spent a bunch of time getting a video out, which you can watch on my main channel. That's the Wormchown thing. What is my main channel? That's Jello Apocalypse. I do videos on there very rarely now. I made a show called Epithet Erase that also has a book sequel with a full audiobook. That's a thing I do. I've written for games. I'm a voice in games. I've voice directed games. I'm sure at least one of you knows me as the voice of Mr. Puzzles. So, I'm going to be doing my best to notice questions that you ask, but it's going to be kind of difficult. So, and the Super Auto Pets is here to have something on in the background and be a visual. So, here are the rules for asking questions. If you want me to see a question and go, that's a question, start it with the word quest, all caps, and then an exclamation point. It's just easy to filter stuff. Be normal, be nice. If you don't know what that means, I can't help you. What is this? Super Auto Pets. You can ask work questions. You can ask personal questions. I may or may not answer anything. So stuff not to ask. What am I playing? Don't ask that. That'll drive me nuts. Gosh, I hope people start from the beginning of this stream. No NDA breaking questions. That means, like, don't ask, like, oh, have you heard about this show? Are you going to be in it? Even if the answer was yes, I couldn't tell you. So just don't bother. I can't tell you anything about what Zaminations is working on or Glitch or whoever. So that is just off the table entirely. Please don't ask, what's your favorite X? Like, what's your favorite line as Mr. Puzzles? Just, first of all, it's smile, you're on the air. Second of all, there's just like, that's just not really a conversation. You want to do questions that sort of give me stuff I can say to you back. But if you can find a more interesting question to ask about things you like, that's cool. Don't ask me if I like a piece of media unless you're okay with the answer being no, or I haven't watched that. If your question is going to be about, like, making something, like advice for, like, art or voice acting or writing, make sure it's not too broad. So don't ask, like, how do I write well? Or when do you do this in a story? The more specific your question is, the better I can give you advice on the thing you're actually asking. So, like, how do I make a character people like? Way too broad. Insane question, could not be answered cohesively or even well. It's like just too big a scope. But, like, how could you make a villain who's just like a really horrible person who does awful things, but the audience still likes them, because that's important to me. That's like a specific question. I could help with that. I'm not going to answer anything that might dox me. So if it's just like, what's your favorite restaurant within 3 miles of you? I'm not going to tell you that. I have the right to ignore all questions. If you super chat to highlight a question, that's great. And I prefer you do that. I mean, obviously because it gives Aloha more money, but also it's just easier to see on my screen because it's in a big block of color. It's not a guarantee that I'm gonna read it though. So like, this is not a I paid $5 and you didn't read my question thing. Questions can be like, I know I said puzzlers are welcome, which usually means we've got a younger skewing audience, but I am going to say 18 plus stuff is okay. We talk about weird stuff on this channel, and I think some of our more interesting questions end up being in that zone. So I'm not going to outlaw it. I'm just going to say, if you don't think you're old enough to be here, maybe don't. Or at least like, it's time to sit back and listen. Or no, that's not true. You probably shouldn't be here. But I know there are allegedly some Mr. Puzzles fans who are over the age of 18. You can ask weird or controversial questions. I still might not answer them. And then just as a direct caveat, that said, no obvious weirdo questions like, can you please sneeze into the microphone as Mr. Puzzles? I know what you're doing. You're not slick. We've talked about this before. Okay. Yeah. Saying puzzler like it's a slur. It's a nice collective term for people who are only on the channel who don't watch any of it. They just know I voice Mr. Puzzles and are like, they'll walk in and go, I like Mr. Puzzles. And I'm like, cool, man, we're doing something else. Okay, sure. You know what, Rourke? That's a good idea. Question, what is the future of the Epithet Erased franchise? You've answered this question type hundreds of times, but this can stirp as a good time stirp that we can direct people to. So Epithet Erased has been going slow because I've been moving to Toronto, which is an international move from Los Angeles. It means I've had to change like my income sources, had to juggle focus on a bunch of different stuff. I've kind of been, poor Danny Chambers, the voice of Molly, has been dealing with some vocal change issues lately. I will freely admit I've been using that as an excuse to be like, well, I'm giving her more time to recover, so it's okay if I take a little longer, but we've talked, whatever she's dealing with is going to be a little more long-term, and Danny's, I was just like, I don't really, you could come back the next day and be like, hey, it's me, Molly, I got hit by a smoke bus, and this is what I sound like, and I'd be like, you know what, as long as you act the same, I think you just have the character forever. I don't care. So, I've been like, yeah, it's been a long, it's been too long. I actually was looking at some stuff on my channel today. I was like, ooh, I haven't done anything in a long time. At least nothing forward facing. So, stuff that is on the immediate docket. I have a project that is something I got hired to do. So I have to focus on that in summer at some point. But over summer, and starting this week, I'm going to be finishing writing the lyrics for the Giovanni villain song, which is the last song on the Kickstarter. Once that's out, we're going to get the album out of every song that's come out since season 1 all together in one album. That's really not going to be on me very much other than promoting it, because I don't get a cut. The way we always do it is that, like, I just put on the official YouTube version, and whatever ad revenue I get from that, that's my cut of the song. I don't really like doing royalties or anything. It's just, like, too much of a pain in the ass to, like, have someone write you a check for $1 every month. So we're doing that. I have actually picked up and started writing the book again. The reason it's been so slow, it really does suck, because Prison of Plastic took like a month and some change to write, and like including revisions, I think. And I'm such a fast writer when I'm allowed to just go for something new and when I got the brain juice. But the museum book is a really interesting issue, right? Because I can't not do it. It was part of the Kickstarter. It's literally a stretch goal. I am obligated to do it. People paid for it. I am going to do it. It's always been the plan. I've seen people who are like, I want new content. Brother, me too. The problem is, no publisher on earth who is good will take a series and go, yes, we're going to promote this. We're going to get this in schools. no one's gonna do a campaign with you if my pitch is, so I've got this weird YouTube series that's animated in like a non-standard way that is kind of no longer up to snuff with its contemporary, like it doesn't have as much immediate razzle dazzle as something like any Spindle Horse production, anything Examinations is doing, anything Glitch is doing, even like smaller shit. It's all like hand animated, so like it just looks wimpy comparatively because it's this weird experimental style. No one's gonna be like, yeah, hey kid, here's books 3, 4, and 5 in this franchise. If you want the plot of books 1 and 2, do homework and watch a YouTube series from 2019. Like, that's just a ridiculous ask for trying to onboard anyone. In addition to that, I've been trying to onboard, like, it has to be a book that's good for people who want to support me and buy it again, even though they obviously know what happens in the museum arc. It has to be engaging. And by the way, I'm sorry, I haven't looked at chat one time. I'm just answering this question because I know it's going to be one a lot of people are going to ask, so I'm being thorough. It's got to be engaging. It has to have new stuff. And I gave it to Amy. I wrote up to 3 drafts of it done last year and gave it to Amy, and she looked at it for a month and was like, it's fine. It's so not as good as Prison of Plastic, and I can tell you're bored. And she gave me a lot of really good feedback, and I was like, yeah, this really is a novelization of something you can already watch. So I'm sitting here going, this needs to be cool enough that someone will want to read. The example I've been using is like, it's tough to jump from one medium to another like this, because taking the original series from episode 4, at the end of episode 4 to episode 5, there's this scene at the start of episode 5 where Percy, who's a minor character in episode 3 and 4, is interviewing Molly, and that's like sort of the unofficial Molly handing over the main character slot to Percy scene. So like now it's transitioning from episodes 1 through 4 to 3 through 7. And then the next scene is Giovanni and Ramsey doing the same thing. So I started writing that for the second book, which I also need to novelize. And I'm like, this doesn't work at all anymore, because this isn't like, oh, I'm on YouTube and I just watched episode 4. Let me move on to episode 5. Ah, I see. Handing the baton off to the next group of people. It's completely different. Like, there's a real chance someone in the library could walk up, pick up this book and be like, oh, it's book 2. And it's like, who are these characters? And then Molly like doesn't show up again in the story at all. It's like, why did it start with that? It just would feel very weird. So instead I'm like, why not do something cool, since I don't have to animate this and I have a theoretically infinite budget for describing scenes? So it's like, okay, now the book's gonna open with an action sequence of Zora unsuccessfully chasing and trying to catch Ramsey in the back streets of the city, and it's gonna be like a cool sequence I couldn't animate. So the idea is that I need to make it good in this new medium. And I'm so excited to be done with the first book, because Redwood Run, I like know what I want to do with it, and it's going to be so fast. But the museum book is like, this is going to be the jumping on point for every new fan for the rest of the forever, you know? So it's like, I need to get it right, and I know it sucks that it's taking so long. It's also, again, I moved internationally. So in good news, found out today, finally, YouTube gave me the access to put like different audio tracks. So I'm finally gonna officially be able to upload the Latin American Spanish dub and the Indonesian dub onto the actual honest to goodness original uploads. So that's nice. I also got approached by a lot of other dub companies for different languages, and they were like, do you want to do it? And I was like, yes, but I'm gonna say no because I can't put it anywhere right now, you know? So now I can do that. I need to get some files because it's been a year and a half since those were finished, and I feel really bad, but this is YouTube's fault, not mine. So that's what we're doing. I have some other ideas for small things, but yeah. Okay, that was a very long first question, and I don't think I didn't do any super auto pets, but here's this. So there's that. Whoa, that's a lot of questions. Okay. Sure, okay. What the hell is He Loved You, by the way? I get it's probably a Deltarune related thing, but, so He Loved You, by the way. Do I have this on my computer? I can get it up. I know where it is. Blah, 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 blah. So let's do... He Loved You, by the way, is a reference to a comic. And it is a thing... Yeah, here it is. So an artist named... Their Tumblr is, not-albix made this. I'm going to put it on screen in just a second. Sure, that'll work. Why not? There's a character named Ram who is a minor character in Deltarune, and the chat was very rough for the Deltarune playthrough. I won't mince words. This is a Q&A stream. We're being honest. They did ruin the experience of playing Deltarune for... Can't speak for Danny, but at least me, Yam, and Vixen. None of us want to do that again. It was a really, really bad experience. And people kept going, oh, you missed this thing. You missed this thing. As though the game wasn't made to be a fun experience where you stumble on things organically, and like the idea is no one's gonna see all of them. We're not literally fully voicing it, we're fully voicing what our experience ends up being. And Ram was emblematic of this character who we didn't give a fuck about, but then out of nowhere the game just has this dice guy pop up and go, hey, here's this whole backstory that really has nothing to do with anything, and this character's really interesting. And the idea is this was a outlet that you played with, like Brave Little Toaster style, Chris. So this outlet loved you because it thought it was a toy, but we all hated the outlet, and the outlet thought they were so cool because you liked it, but we hated this guy. And then it ends, but he loved you, by the way. So this comic is someone else who organically, we don't know this person. We found this after we got this scene. Someone was like, why did this happen? And we were making fun of it. So now every time a story that we are reading or talking about does a tell not show with a character relationship of like, no, I swear they're so cool, they're so strong, or like Teru having this backstory out of nowhere in Danganronpa 2 going, no, but he's got this thing with his mom, aren't you sad? He loved you, by the way. So he loved you, by the way, is us making fun. It's a stock phrase for making fun of a specific type of issue with writing and pacing and presentation. Huh. Sorry, my Super Auto Pets window is like broken. What the fuck? All right, I'm just gonna trust this won't be weird, and gonna grab main display real quick. Sorry about that. My windows are a little fucked. Good enough. There we go. Okay. Whoa. All right, well, I am going to prioritize the person who did this $20 super chat. Question, epithets equals word belief. So if someone had the epithet apple, but they got a whole lot of people to believe that the word apple means banana, could the apple epithet be used as a banana related ability? If by a whole lot of people you meant language authentically tilted that way, which usually would take a couple decades, yeah. If for whatever reason apple became slang for a fucking banana, yes, it would gain the ability to do banana-related things. Am I planning on doing another Lemonade stream? No. I pretty much never. No. I'm still updating some Lemonade things on my, like... On my Blue Sky, I'm continuing a, hey, I found another Lemonade. I haven't seen it before. Here's my rating. I'm not going to do more than that. If I ever do another one, it's going to be A, after I move again. And because I literally bought everything I could find in Canada. If I ever do it again, I'll do bubble water or iced tea. Let's see. I saw some other people. What will it take to get more merchandise or re-release the plushies? It's just my lowest priority. Every single time. Doing any kind of merch. I don't like merch. I don't get it. I know people like it. It does nothing for me. Doing a merch deal is way, 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 way more steps than you think it is. It's like 30 emails and like 8 months of work. And then when it comes out, I have to dedicate 2.5 weeks to like doing or animating or outsourcing and giving feedback on a commercial that I don't care about and don't want to make. That's the type of stuff that delays actual content. So it's like, so also I haven't done anything. Like the idea of being like, hey, Sylvie fans, I know I haven't done anything with Sylvie since 2019, but here's a Sylvie doll. To me, that's almost an insult and like a waste of everybody's time. Okay. Let's see. What's something people don't expect about being self-employed? Psychologically, you need to have a space in your house that's workspace and a space that isn't. So that's actually a huge problem for me right now. And since I'm going to be doing writing work over the summer again, I'm probably going to make my birthday gift to myself buying another chair like this, which is expensive because I have a fucked up body and I need a really good chair. And I'm going to set up a space in, it's actually a bathroom, but it's the only other unused space we have. And I'm going to make that my writing room. And then I'll come downstairs and I'll be here. And this will be my chill out room, because if you're working in the same spot that you relax, especially if you work on a computer, which is also where you fuck around, it's like, it's bad. You need to, when I lived in Texas, I was renting a house for cheaper than a 1-bedroom apartment in Los Angeles. What a shitty place. And I just had empty rooms, and like every 2 or 3 weeks, I would completely just like switch which one I was set up in, and it would like give me a mental reset. Okay, let's see. What was it like singing in Mr. Puzzle's voice, since I'm singing as him in several of the songs? Weird. I'm not a session singer. I can sing okay, but like, I said this the other day. I felt so bad anytime someone would be like, great job on the Mr. Puzzle song. And I'd be like, thank you. But like in every Mr. Puzzle song, Elsie is on backup vocals, Maggie's current VA, among a million other things she does. And Elsie is like a way better singer than me. Man, you know what? Hey, this is like as good an excuse to show this off as anything. Can I like glaze Elsie for a second? Do you guys want to see a thing we worked on together 6 years ago that is only on my Patreon? And also, if you liked my, I have an obsession with openings, like TV openings and anime openings. So this was my take on, it was a project I was going to do after Epithet, but I didn't, called Sweetwater. Yeah, like why not do this, right? And Patreon. I'm gonna have to dig for this a little bit, unfortunately. So this was a darker tabletop game I was going to run with multiple perspectives. There's a 5-hour breakdown on the entire project on my Patreon if you're interested. Okay, Sweetwater. I want to get the opening. There's a couple openings, a couple versions of it, but I don't want... Is this the right one? One of them has like an audio issue, but I think we're just gonna have to deal with that, okay? So, if you've ever seen True Detective, that's the tone and the inspiration for these openings. And this is Elsie on vocals.
With honeyed words and promises, he led me to my fate. Even tied at the waterside, the devil's sweet embrace. And as the venom filled my veins, to the water I was thrown. A silent voice that could not scream, my muscles turned to stone. And I sank down, down, down. And I sank down, down, down. To the bottom, to the bottom, to the bottom of the lake. You could wait till the water dries, but by then it'd be too late. Fill me with his poison.
Yeah, I know my desktop keeps flashing. There's nothing on it. It's just a bunch of crap from the Wormtown video. That is... Super Auto Pets is not working here, so I can't really do anything about that. So, don't worry. I make sure never to keep anything incriminating on my desktop because I always end up having to do this. Yeah, so if you want to know more about that project, that's on Patreon. Stop fucking doing that. Hang on. Hang on a minute. I don't want my Discord visible, though, because someone might DM me about something. So, loading Fiend for a second. Move this shit back over. Again, that was just our Danganronpa chat. There's nothing special in there. Okay. And back to normal, and let's get that Octopath Traveler music going again. Yeah, I should just upload that Sweetwater opening because, like, I mean, look at it. Can you stop? Can you fucking stop? Okay. Do I have any media or book recommendations with great dialogue writing? I'd like to improve my understanding of it, but I don't always know how to spot it. There's no, like, one thing you can ever use as a guidebook. The best advice is just, like, fucking consume stuff. Also, sorry, you gotta talk to people, like, in real life, too, not on the internet. You have to, like, get authentic conversations with people so you understand how it flows and, like, where natural disconnects in people's communication styles are, how they bump into each other. Just, like, walk around on the street, kind of people watch, listen to arguments, watch a lot of, like, dramatic movies, I would say, if you want to, or, like, I don't know, see plays. It's, what is that, like, classic piece of advice? Like, if you want to write one good poem, you need to read 1,000 bad ones. Something like that. Okay. Let me look at some of these. What's the hardest part of maintaining friendships or being a good friend to you? I have a weird sleep work schedule and I can't be loud very late in the day, and all my friends are in a digital space. My workspace has thin walls on either side. I'm kind of going to be pushing that tonight, but because we're in an apartment, I'm kind of going to be pushing that tonight anyway, but there are physical reasons I am not able to chat with a lot of my friends sometimes. What's my favorite Ace Attorney case? The second case of the 6th game. Sorry, skimming some of the super chats first before I look for... Nope, too broad, sorry. Answered that one before. I also have a Tumblr, like, FAQ somewhere. You can find that, and I'm ignoring any question that's answered on that. I don't really understand what that one means. Okay. Okay, I'll answer this one. Would you ever want to make a video on anything Homestar Runner related? I choose to answer that one because we were joking about doing Teen Girl Squad Homestar Runner. Oh fuck, I didn't even realize. Man, my first time playing Super Auto Pets on screen in 1,000 years, and I did the ultimate cardinal sin and didn't just straight up have 3 pets. I should have lost that. That was really dumb. Anyway. Ignoring all favorites questions. Is the PORRD video on the backbench until the museum book is out? I think so, yeah. I try to pivot to whatever project my brain is buzzing about at the moment, because working on something, forcing myself to work on something I don't want to. This is another hard part of being your own boss. Forcing myself to work on something I don't want to will take 5 times as long. Like that Wormtown video, start to finish, took like 2 weeks and some change. Meanwhile, like the Lemonade video, which I didn't really want to do, but had to do because the obligation of the Lemonade video was if people raised $30,000, I had to edit it down. Didn't really want to do that. Took like 6 months. So, and I was working the whole time, but it's exhausting. Any tips for getting into localization, like the industry? I bet you could find a job pretty easily for some of the I'm gonna use this term loosely to mean shit no one wants to do, but it needs to get done. Companies are always looking for people to do the bitch work of like time coding, which is going into an episode and meticulously writing down the in and out of every line of dialogue and action. You could do that. I'm not super comfortable answering like entry into any kind of localization industry questions, since when I did it, it was during the pandemic and the world was super, super different. Will I play Mermaid Mask? Yeah. God, there's a lot of these. Oof. People keep asking where my username comes from. That's on my FAQ also. Is there some official way to suggest games for us all to play? No. Have I played any Trails games since the Cold Steel games, and did I like them? No, and I would hate them, which is why I didn't play them. Like trying to skim all of these. After 5 months, I made my own top 100 anime openings list inspired by your video. If I could send you my list, would you be willing to take a look at it and give me your feedback on it? I'm going to be honest, I would not do that. That's cool. I'm glad you did that. But like, I know me, and I would get that and be like, huh? And then like, keep the email marked as unread after I read it, so that I'd be like, I'll get back to that when I have a free day, and it wouldn't happen. Like, I just know I wouldn't do it. Did I see the Amazing Digital Circus movie in theaters? I have purposefully not watched any of the back of Amazing Digital Circus. I'm not going to watch the movie because, I will be honest, the ocean of online fans for it are scary to me. And I have been devoured for having even milquetoast opinions on things. So, like, for one thing, nothing Glitch has made is something I would watch if my friends and I weren't involved in it. That doesn't mean it's bad. It means none of it's for me. The example I always use is like everything on Adult Swim. I don't like any of it. I don't think it's bad, but it's like so not like playing Super Auto Pets. Like I'm playing it. My sensibilities for media is like Little Gator Game, Frog Detective, Crow Cut, like cutesy little. I mean, Crow Country's only a little bit cutesy, but it's still pretty cute. I like cute, happy things, and I don't go out of my way to watch things that I'm like, I'm pretty sure I won't enjoy that. I watched the first half of Digital Circus, and I was like, okay, the animation is very impressive, and that was kind of my thing to say about it, but I wasn't into it. And every episode I saw, Gangle's VA forced me to watch, since she's my bestie. And like, they were fine. Kinger was the character I was like, that's good. I like that one. But that's it. What are the important things to get right in a Fire Emblem style game? Make it fun. Like 3 Houses, for example, isn't fun, and yet people liked it. Let's see. Did I ask to play Kurama, or did they contact you to play the Fluffy Boy? They're talking about in the Yu Yu Hakusho abridged by Team 4-Star. I have tangentially known the Team 4-Star guys for like, oh god, 9 years. I met Kaiser Neko at Youmacon like 1,000 years ago, and he saw I was going, so he was like, hey, say hi, because I like some of your videos. So I said hi. I've been kind of on their like backlog. I get some of their auditions. Like, I've been in some of their other stuff. They did some, what do they call them? Blank in 6 minutes. So like, I was Todoroki in the My Hero Academia one, and also Principal Nezu, which is just the Jerry Jewel voice, which is very close to the Mr. Puzzles voice. So sometimes I get audition sides from them. That's just what it was. Sorry, I don't think I'm going to answer this question. Are there any... I love the question, are there any voice roles you regret taking? That's a funny question. I'd love to meet the person who would answer that. I'd love to meet the working actor who would answer that at a live panel that's being recorded. That's funny. No, the only... This is a weird one, and like, don't look it up because it's not interesting and I did a bad job. This is a me fault problem, which is why I'm bringing it up. There was like a Did You Know gaming adjacent site that was like a Did You Know anime that, like, again, like 10 years ago used to do just like, let's talk about this thing. And they reached out to me for Bakano because I'm a Bakano fan, which is very nice of them. And I was like, I'll do it. And I'll do like a mafia guy voice. And like, I don't know why, I just did a fucking bad job. That's one I wish I didn't take because I'm embarrassed. Like, I embarrassed myself doing a bad job. It's not, it has nothing to do with them. Okay. There's a lot of these. Are you planning on making any more Let's Make a Blank game videos? I really enjoyed those. The closest thing... I had a version of one for a game called Dokapon Kingdom, which is like an RPG Mario Party that is so bad. But it's like such a good concept. And it's basically, it was like a deconstruction and takedown of the stuff. And I made like 40 minutes of it, and it was going to be like an hour and 50-minute video or something. And like, it's been on the back burner forever. I actually decided this week I'm just retiring that. I don't have time to go back to it. It would take another half a year of work. Yeah, not right now. Not after I spent so long on the Lemonade video. So I'm just putting what I've got on the Patreon. That is like a dark version of that concept. And then also, a trillion years ago, my boyfriend asked me, what would your perfect Fire Emblem game be? I don't think I'd say Fire Emblem is my biggest fandom, but I think I'd say it's the franchise I have the most opinions about. And I ended up writing it's a lot. Off the cuff, I'm going to say it's either 400 or 600,000 word script for an entire video game. It's never going to be anything, but I'm going to do some kind of video going over it. That's a ways away. I talk about, it's called Winds of Change. I have some drawing streams on this channel. All the streams that are called Drawing a Country of Jerks are that. Let me pop this up. I'll just show you this. Come on. Open, dumbass. Oh, that looks way better than I remember. Good job, me. Is it work stream? Main stream? Yeah, here. So, like, this is concept art for one of the countries that I spent 17,000 hours painting. So, when I do a video about that project, that will be the closest thing. So that's my answer. Clear that. Move that down. Okay. You know what? I'm barely doing Super Auto Pet, so I'm just gonna... I'm tired of fucking juggling this, so... It'll just be on the menu. It'll be fine. Hello. How big can I go? That's such a bad camera. It's so blurry. Can I get it, like, closer to me? No. Cool. A+. You're so stupid. Okay. Be gone. There we go. Oh, it's the Temenos theme. Or not Temenos. Fuck, what's his name? Therian. I knew it was the other T-boy with white hair. T-boy means something else. His name starts with a T. Am I gonna play the 1.7 Stardew update? Depends what it adds. That was you. That was you, Curb. You did a good job. Do I plan on doing any print signings? Nope. I don't feel good charging people for stuff. Anytime I've been at like a convention or a signing, I'm always like, where do you guys want me? Because some of you are going to charge like $20 or $30 or $60 plus for a signature. I'm going to do it for free. I don't need the revenue source. It feels weird. I hate going to the post office. I don't like errands. I just, also while I'm in Canada, I physically cannot do any local events because it is, I believe, straight up illegal to make money from Canadians as a non-citizen. I'm legally not allowed to do that. And also I'm legally locked to Canada for reasons right now that I won't get into more because it's boring. Am I ever going to do another Name That Tune stream? No, I don't. No, it was just a bird. No, I don't think so. It's too dicey copyright-wise on YouTube. It's going to get taken down midstream.
Hello, Jello.
Is that Savvy?
It is.
Hey, Savvy.
How you doing?
I'm okay. You're very quiet. Me.
Yeah, I was just talking quietly.
Okay. Let me turn the music down a little further. Okay. Hello, Savvy.
Hello. Hello, chat. Either you gotta stream something or I gotta put some music on because my brain is broken.
I don't want to add an extra toggle to what I'm doing, but here's the music I'm listening to if you want
why not?
something. Okay. I would prefer if you guys like didn't double down and ask the same questions 50 times. I should have put the slow chat to like 10 minutes, honestly. I never use it, so I'm not smart about it. Let me see. Would I hug a frog in a tiny car if it drove up to you? Yes. I see your avatar is related. Sure, okay. What routes did I play on Triangle Strategy? I did the Benedict route, and then I did the true route. Hopefully Benedict. Yeah. True question. Has anyone on Earth ever done the side with Hyzant route? Like, for real? I feel like they just had it because they were like, I don't know. I mean, it feels weird not to have the option. It's alright. Jello, are you capable of answering any questions as a lie? No.
Oh, this Octopath music is absolutely pleasant.
Do I intend to play Deltarune off stream, or was it soured completely? Soured completely. Not interested in it anymore. I also... Here's a crazy take that's unfair and makes no sense. Anytime I see... Yeah, I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you the one I'm thinking of. So, you've all seen the Spam Tenna art, right? Does everyone know the off-screen, extremely vaguely implied old man Yowie The amount of creative juice I've seen put into that I'm like, the juice of that could have powered a small creative country. The amount of works people could have spent doing their own shit instead of making up personalities for these two off-screen men.
But it's Deltarune, Jello. You don't understand. It's different. It's Deltarune. 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 Deltarune.
Mega Man. Anyway.
Yeah.
Aside from Metal Wolf Chaos, any standouts you remember from the Look Ma No Hand streams? I mean, there is the alternate universe one where Austin and I try and fail to start playing through Skies of Arcadia because Austin was playing on, like, I don't know, a TV from 1735 and kept breaking. That juice could have gone to Queen. You're the rightest person here, Toro. Okay. I'm not playing any TTRPGs. My friends all think I am busier than I am and don't invite me. But also, I don't want to be in anything shorter or, like, longer than 5 sittings. And I don't think anyone's run a game like that in some time. So
I think that's honestly the main thing is that, like, you're rightfully so very vocal about what you will dedicate yourself to with TTRPGs, and I think that's just smart and, like, hey, that's polite to not waste people's time. So,
the problem is our friends who are good GMs pitch concepts where they've got an idea but don't set a hard limit on themselves, and then if they have fun with it, they end up playing a game for 6 years. I can't do that. So, am I gonna be voicing puzzles in the examination show? Yep.
Speaking of great GMs, it's Aaron.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt. I'm sure you probably don't want a huge crowd of people in here given the purpose of the stream, so I will try to be minimally talkative, but I thought I would come and hang out if that's all right.
Oh, I don't care that much. Come on in. Let me know if you see any good questions. Now that Afmao is reviving her, what is that, Minecraft roleplay series, will I return to my old voicemail? No. Voice roll. No. Will I return to my old voicemail? I'm not picking up the phone. Sorry.
I'm not putting a new cassette in the voicemail machine, you know?
Does doing the Mr. Puzzles voice blow out your vocal cords? A little, yeah, it does wipe me. I did a 2-hour sitting for the Calling All Villains pilot that they're currently animating, and that kind of wiped me out for a week. I'm definitely feeling being 30. This was not an issue for me 5 years ago.
I continue to be surprised by the relative frequency with which I'll go and do, like, an audition that involves a lot of yelling or screaming, of course, but even just, like, a lot of very projected, a lot of very animated stuff, and then get out of the booth and be like, wow, I'm fucking exhausted. that took it out of me physically.
It's not I feel people listening to voices being done are not at it's harder to tell what voices are actually strenuous than you would expect. Like, people love making jokes in our Danganronpa playthrough. They're like, I can't believe you did Komida that long. Your voice must be fried. I could talk as Nagito Komida for 6 days straight and it would be fine. This does literally nothing. It's not a hard voice.
It's just in a really weird part of the mouth where it just doesn't really affect any part of you.
I didn't see a good question, per se, but I did see that a message got deleted, so someone said something. I didn't see what it was.
Fucking SpongeBob fish in the restaurant turning around me.
Yeah, very much. Who would win in a fight, me or Savvy? Savvy, because I'm a small guy. I did do Taekwondo like 20 years ago, more than. But that's not going to help me.
I'm hella out of shape, but I think my weight would be an advantage in considering we're both very out of practice with our
What if Savvy
respective
ran
martial
at
arts.
you and he couldn't be stopped?
And you couldn't stop him.
This is unstoppable.
Yeah. The only way I'm winning against either of these guys is if I land a lucky nut shot,
Could happen.
which would not be easy because if you're taller, you have longer limbs, you have better reach for kicks and punches, so they'd have to fuck up to let me get in close enough. Also, hello, Amy. Another
Hello.
person taller and with
Oh,
longer reach than me, probably.
Perfect segue
What do you mean probably?
of Amy being here.
Okay, definitely.
I work at a person with a Mr. Puzzles icon, which immediately makes the answer to this question no. I work at a smoothie and juice shop in Texas in case you're in the area and want to try some lemonade. Winks at you. I'm taken. Thanks for the $15 though. Now I feel like a super villain when you walking up to me going, please sir, consider going on a date with me. No, next. Crazy. And just since Savvy is here, and I did say this
I've already got your money. What would we talk about?
Cayenne. Since Savvy is here, and this is our usual topic of conversation, I'll do one of these since I said they were fair game. What kink do you think gets the most hate? Whatever the joke kink of the current 5-year stretch is, currently it's mpreg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's been furry, it's been scat, it's been mpreg, it's been pee,
piss.
There's
Yeah.
always an acceptable target at any given time. Not just for kink. In general, anything that's culturally transgressive usually passes through a period of it just being entirely acceptable for it to be mocked mercilessly and unironically.
Yeah.
And sometimes that period is almost forever.
What's the best Octopath Traveler game? The first one. That's my hot take. The second one is tighter in ways that make the gameplay loop worse. It's a very interesting setup, which is why I talked for 7 hours about it on my Patreon. I hope the next fetish to get mocked is AI chatbot fetishist. That's an actual psychosis, I think. Does religion exist in the world of Epithet? If you want, in your TTRPG setting, it's not something I'm going to explore. Desert Country has a religion that's written into the setting book. Nowhere else does, though.
Hot tip, chat. Tabletop games are pretty much well, I say any tabletop game. Tabletop games are a very good vessel for exploring any theme that you want, basically. Like, it's a canvas upon which you can put your paint.
Advice for writing transitions between internal and external dialogue. Good question. I'm actually quite bad at this. My specialty is dialogue. I'm bad at prose. One of Amy's big notes was, when I am and am not allowed to start a new paragraph, and the order in which I was allowed to have dialogue and descriptions of the dialogue, she was like, you always do it the same way and you don't need to. I'm not sure why you put that rule on yourself.
That and our commonly held problem, which Yam had to point out to me as well, which is, don't end your sentences with exclamation points. You can't do that.
Not if you're writing formally.
Yep.
I
This
had to
is a-
beat that out of Jello too.
Yeah.
You guys didn't see what Pop used to look like.
This is a very quick and easy one to answer. What is It's Not For Everyone? It's like rock climbing in reference to. It is from a tabletop role-playing series that Will runs, that I am a player in, along with several other people who are not present, called Ebon Ward. You can watch that on twitch.tv. Actually, you can't watch it on twitch.tv anymore because they got rid of VODs. You can watch it on youtube.tv / Surprise Round RPG is the channel.
It's specifically an assassin who had been captured, and they were questioning them, and they were considering what to do with her. And someone remarked, I would normally be fine with just, like, letting you go, but you have some strange hobbies, which I can't abide by, one of which being killing. To which she says, "It's like rock climbing. It's not for everyone."
It's not for everyone. Like, I get it. Not everyone's into crochet, but I just can't stop talking about it.
Okay. If you were to direct an Ace Attorney game, Monkey's Paw Curls, but it has to be a spin-off, who's the main character, what's the setting, what's the gameplay, cannot be standard Ace Attorney gameplay. Forensic investigation. It's actually about on-the-field investigations, unlike the investigations games, which are not about investigating. There are no characters you have ever met before. They're all new. That's the spin-off. How about that? I fucking hate
the guy who told Shu Takumi to put Phoenix Wright back in Apologistus, but where does Phoenix Wright show up?
What if I throw you in the ocean? What if I throw you in Gordy Lake or whatever it's called? What's it like working with Gianni in SMG4? We don't work together in SMG4. We hate each other. No, I love Gianni. You just record on your own end. Sometimes usually with a director, sometimes just completely on your own end, depending, especially if you're doing pickups. I have worked with Gianni. Gianni's great. The closest thing I had to working with Gianni, there's a little, I think it's called Jailhouse Jive. They were like, here's a little song and dance puzzles and weapons are gonna do when they're putting on like a cabaret in the prison. Don't worry about it. And Puzzles starts improvising a song, and then so I was like, oh, what is the song? Can we hear a demo? And it kind of wasn't done yet. So I was like, okay, I'm choosing to sing it this way. And I like put it in the verse and I sent it to Gianni, and I was like, Gianni, here you go. You can go off of this. And he was like, thanks, man. I can't sing. Yeah, this could be a longer one, but I'll make it short. Thoughts about the musical Spies Are Forever and how you'd revise it? If you were going for a revision, what would you change? In extremely short, Spies Are Forever is a musical where the twist is the most interesting thing about it. To the degree shouldn't have been a twist, the whole musical should have just been about it. It's like GoldenEye, where it's like 007 versus 006, 8, whichever one Trevelyan is.
I think it was 6, yeah.
Where he accidentally gets him killed and then he shows up as the twist villain later. It's that, but they were dating also. And that's kind of a reveal. That's sort of the only interesting thing Spies Are Forever brings to the table. It has a tone problem. Like, because it's a comedy show by the Tin Can Brothers who do comedy shows, the death of that character is him slow motion tripping on a banana peel and dying from it. And it's like played for camp, but then the immediate next scene is the main character being like, I've been drunk in bars and sad, Chris Redfielding my way through life for years now. And he sings this like very serious song about it. It's like, hey, why'd you kill that character with a banana peel? You don't get to do both of those. Like, you can have comedy and drama together. That ain't how you do it. Okay.
This wouldn't be a short one, but you could talk about someone wants to know what you think makes combat systems in a Fire Emblem-like game good/interesting.
Yeah, I don't think I can make it Radiant Dawn. I don't know how to answer that in short. Sorry.
Yeah.
What's your dream character in a musical to play? A character like Oogie Boogie from Nightmare Before Christmas who does nothing and gets to be off screen the entire show and then gets the best song and leaves. That sounds incredible to me.
I'm not in the rest of the show, so I'm gonna go beat the traffic.
I'm gonna go beat the traffic. It's my musical hot take is that Amy and I just watched Chicago, and it was the first time I'd seen it, and I actually thought Mr. Cellophane was a pretty good song. So
I'm not against that song. I quite enjoy that song. And
do
Chicago.
people famously not like that song?
Yeah,
people aren't a fan of it from what I'm aware of.
But it was fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
the movie does cut out a whole verse, which I do think is to its benefit. I don't think it needed to be longer than it was.
My
I did think it was a bit repetitive, but like the song is about the guy being, you know,
Fucked over
boring and
again.
useless.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I thought it was fine.
My hot take on musicals is that Repo the Genetic Opera is one of the best ones out there, but I'm biased.
I don't know if you want this one or not, but this could be funny. Guilty pleasure of character writing that's probably not good, but you like anyway.
The way that I very obviously write every single cartoon evil minion character the exact same way, and I hope nobody notices. The way that every Bonsai Blaster, Trixie Roughhouse, and Giovanni Potage are the same person, and I hope nobody notices. Let me see. There was one that I might as well answer. In your 2021 video analyzing, I love seeing this one as like, Mr. Apocalypse, something reporter. In your 2021 video analyzing Scooby-Doo, the editing style felt noticeably different from many of your other videos. Was that a deliberate creative experiment? I didn't edit that video, which is why it feels like that. The cinematographer did that. That's also the reason that video has a good camera setup. Because it wasn't me. Man,
It was done by a cinematographer.
If there's two things I will never learn to do as a guy who does a lot of creative things, I'm never going to learn cameras. I don't get them. And I'm never going to learn how to code. I hate it. So.
You got a cinematographer for the second Lemonade stream.
Yes, that's why that one looks good. Is it okay for someone to use epithet erased as an inspiration for their story? You never have to ask that question for any piece of media. As long as they give credit, of course. You don't have to.
No, if it's inspiration, that's just what it is. You just go, that inspired me, and then you make something. It's different if you just go, here's Of the Devil again, but I made it with my own characters. Then that's different.
That's plagiarism, but I don't think
yeah,
that's
that's
what you
plagiarism.
mean. What do you think of... What's your honest opinion on Psycho and Melanie from the SMG4 series? Literally don't know who they are, so that's my honest opinion. Recently played Octopath and listened to your Patreon review. Your making fun of Simeon made him my ironic fave. Yeah, he really is one of those where he's like so bad that he's like, what's the Death Knight Yuritsa?
Oh yeah.
I hate Yuritsa so much. He's one of my favorite characters because I knew who he was before I started playing the game. And I was like, oh, he's gonna be one of the professors, and like I'll probably be able to get lessons with him for like a little while, and then he'll turn out to be evil. No, he is there. He is the only person you can't get lessons from, which is very suspicious. And then, if that wasn't enough mechanically as a tip-off, you walk up to him and he'll say things like, friends aren't real. And you're like, what?
I'm sorry, man.
Bro, I was just asking
You good?
when does our syllabus due for this semester?
world is imperfect.
It literally is that. And then, God, I hate that character. He's so funny. It's like, they really saw the Black Knight in Path of Radiance and were like, oh, I want to do that. And they just had no competence whatsoever. They're like, fuck, no, he shows up and he's invincible because he's got a 2 range attack. So no matter what, he always counters you. I know that's fucking stupid and makes no sense, but I couldn't think of a way to bounce him. No, he doesn't move because that'd be too hard because I don't know what to do.
It'll be so cool when the player kills him and he'll drop an exclusive item which gives you access to Dark Mage, the worst class in the fucking game.
Also, it's an item that might fail when you use it and do nothing. And also, every time he shows up, he goes, killing time, time to kill, I'm so excited to kill, and then does not move unless you engage with him. It's so funny.
The one thing I kind of unironically like about the Death Knight is if you picked Black Eagles and you go and engage him with Edelgard, and it's just like, well, this is awkward.
Yeah, they really didn't know what to do if you did that. So he just can kill her. It's crazy. Question: while identifying shortcomings in works, how do you draw the line between in-depth criticism and becoming jaded? You struck a great balance between this in your Umi Neko reveal, in my opinion. I'm glad you feel that way, because I don't think I feel that way, really. I think I was more negative than that deserved, and I wish I'd spoken with at least aloha a little bit, so that I could have, like, lifted up some of its positives a little more. I don't know if I'm equipped to answer that question, really. Of all the people you guys know, I don't think you'd ask me how to do that.
How to avoid being overly negative.
Now, I'm told that I'm fairly good at seeing the positives in stuff that I consume. So, if at the very least, the way that I have approached it is like, whenever you're consuming something and you're finding yourself just kind of like absolutely dragging yourself through it, and you just feel like you're being super negative all the time, and it just doesn't feel like it is bringing you anything. Just stepping back and just like really genuinely taking a second and just like essentially just forcefully go, what if I just actually liked this? What would I see? What would I like see? How could I see the thing I don't like as a thing that is positive? And then just essentially force yourself to reword it and see if that holds water. Because I have discovered some things that I like about shows or about media by just going, if I was a fan, how would I like be biased about this? And then I find a nuance which I didn't think was there before. Which sounds strange and backwards, but it's a way of kind of giving ground where you might not normally find yourself doing it.
Lucy
I
has
agree,
a good
Savvy.
addition,
You are
which
good
is-
at seeing... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Lucy has a good addition, which is every piece, quote, every piece of art is someone's favorite. Ask yourself why is how I approach it.
I agree, Savvy. You are good at seeing the upsides and things, which is why I want to get your thoughts on the newly announced Danganronpa sequel set in Kaladesh.
God, shut up. See, this is why it's always more interesting when I really fucking hate something, because I'm usually pretty
It does
good at
take
being
one
like,
off guard,
No,
yeah,
I
it's
get
true.
it. Yeah.
This one might be funny. What's the worst video game mechanic you've seen done in multiple games?
Yeah, I was looking at that. Very specifically, the ludonarrative disconnect by making the player feel incredibly powerful in the Trails of Cold Steel games, and then every single battle you lose in the narrative after you win it. Makes me very angry. Kind of ruins the game.
Yeah, lots of RPGs have at least one moment like that, but yeah, Trails and Cold Steel in particular is kind of, borrow my old phrase, uniquely terrible in that respect.
Yeah, that stib has quite a few jokes that sound like hyperbole and are just quotes from the actual series. You can't beat me, my card muscles are too strong, I secretly beat you in Yu-Gi-Oh! That happens, you're an ogre, my son. That one's just a spoiler. That also kind of dovetails into this other question I grabbed. Are there any, so this is basically as you look back on and think, maybe I was too harsh with this bit. You know, you would think the answer would be yes. It is not.
I wouldn't think that.
I genuinely think the ones that made people the most upset were, other than the Adventure Time one, which was quite negative, I think those were usually the more neutral ones, honestly. And then I thought the meaner ones usually got a pretty okay response. I was surprised, like, the Cowboy Bebop one is fucking brutal, and I don't think that one got a huge amount of negative traction. The Ruby one was really mean, but it was also right, so, like, what are you gonna do? Etc.
He's a bit of a punching bag anyway, so...
Yeah, no, I would have honestly been surprised if you'd had an answer that's like, you know, I was too hard on piece of media X, because I feel like that's not usually a direction in which your opinions develop. You tend to not
It happens
repeatedly...
sometimes, but very rarely as, like, a whole opinion of the entire piece of media.
Yeah, like I think, I'm trying to think of specific examples and not doing so well at that, but like, you're reasonable enough that if you're taking individually the installments of a longer series and you don't really like the series as a whole, you're usually able to be dispassionate enough to call out if you think one's better than average, you think one actually finally did something right that previous ones had failed at. But very rare, I think, for you to re-engage with the exact same piece of media, like the same installment, if there's more than one, and be like, I was wrong before. Actually, this is better than I remember.
I have been purposely going back, like, since I was 16, making a game out of going back and being like, how good was that thing? Okay, now that I'm a little older, what's my opinion on it? And since I've been maybe 21, never has my opinion shifted more than like 2 points out of 10 in either direction. I think I'm pretty consistent, and also I'm a lot more comfortable in the average person going, that is somewhere between a 4 and a 7 out of 10, which I think scares a lot of people, even though that's where most media goes, which is why it's the middle.
Also, in regards to ratings, I'm not partial to ratings. I think, but they're useful. Like, so I don't like dismiss them. A 7 or 6 out of 10 is a good. It's good. It's fine. Like, it's not just like, oh, it's mid. People, I get really pissed off when people are like, what do you mean it was only a 6 out of 10? It's like, yeah, it was pretty decent. It was good. It was above average. People are really afraid of calling something fine. Yeah.
We're going through all the Barbie movies, and a 6 out of 10 I'd be so happy to watch a 6 out of 10 Barbie movie. Woof.
I wish I feel it's not like a big thing, but I'm not the happiest with the current the prevalence of and current usage of the word mid to have an actively negative connotation, because mid is mid. I guess, you can say it's bad because it's like, oh, it's not bad enough to be like remarkably bad, and like true, but like, I don't know. I feel like people throw it around like it's a devastating burn because you're applying it and you're just like, oh man, that wasn't at least a 9 out of 10. What a fucking failure.
Yeah, I was gonna say pretty much the same thing. I'm kind of sick of people treating like 5s like they're awful things and like an insult. It's like, it's average. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, I don't know. I find people get like very subconscious when they hear that something is not as special as they believe it is, It's like, just go, like, it's not a big deal. If you like it, okay, cool, fine. Live your life.
It's this horrible conflation that people have developed of, I like good things. I like good things, so if I like it, it must be good. So if it's not good, you're saying that I am not allowed to like it. And it's like, brother, they're divorced concepts.
It's less that I'm not allowed to like it, and more that, like, so you think my judgment isn't good? And it's like,
too. Yeah.
It's like, people have different opinions, and I don't know, being average is okay sometimes. It's not a pejorative, like Aram said. Sometimes people just eat bread. It's fine.
Oh, I
it's
fucking
not
love
evil.
to eat some bread.
Exactly. Bread is mid as fuck, and that's great.
What singular game have you clocked the most hours in? It's probably Skyrim. That sucks.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine it being anything else.
I hope it's Radiant Dawn. It could be Radiant Dawn. I'll never know.
You don't got Radiant Dawn on Steam?
I regret to consider that while I have not played it in years, it is entirely plausible that thanks to my time in university on it, League of Legends may be my most played video game ever. But
AJ, don't delete puzzles related questions. This is the one time they'll ever be allowed. I was literally copy pasting that to have it later. The question was basically, are you ever going to do another Mr. Puzzles stream like the dating sim one? No. And actually, I'm going to have to ask a couple people how to word this. If when Calling All Villains comes out, and if it gets even like a 10th as much, whatever word you want to use, edit that Digital Circus has, I really would like to put out just like a preemptive little like pin thing or something on my Blue Sky that's like, hey, if you've got the exclamation points in your brain about this, that's awesome. I would desperately love you to like use that energy towards like your fellow artists and the community, and also to like not think of me or any of the other actors as someone who frankly even matters at all. And I really mean that literally as well. Like, I happen to be the guy who has the voice of Mr. Puzzles, but legitimately was there for the table read for an hour, did 2 hours to record the pilot. That's all I've done. I'm watching the animators and the directors and the modelers do 5 times as much work as I have done for the entire show in one day, over and over and over and over again. Really creating beautiful stuff. I can't show you any of it, but like, people always focus on the actors because they're the visual face of a show, and that's like completely unfair. And like, the stuff I've seen friends and friends of friends go through and show creators go through because people want to have people who work on the show basically validate and confirm, like, oh, what do you think about this character? Or like, what are you going to do about this? None of that matters at all. And I want people to stop doing it, but I don't have that power. So basically, I'm just going to be like, hey, please don't engage with me as far as this goes. I have put 3 hours of work into this show. I'm not an authority on anything. I don't matter. And I'm almost certain you could find someone, like, if I explode tomorrow, if a meteor hits me, I'm sure they can find someone else who can do the character just as well or better than me, you know? Like, it's not, I might have recorded it in my boxers, because it was probably hot in here, and I was screaming for 2 hours, and I did it from my house. Like, I'm working the least on the project. So, I don't know. I don't like it when people associate me with a character they like, because I haven't earned that. And I think people, I would prefer it if fans, because I know when you're into something, you're really into it, you just want to engage with other people with it. And I would love fans of Calling All Villains, when it comes out, to use whatever energy they have to like share each other's fan work and like talk about it with each other in like a fun way, not like a, if you ship Mr. Puzzles and rock number 4, I'm gonna kill you or something. Like, that doesn't matter, and that's mean. You don't need to do that. Rock number 4 is not a real character, by the way. Don't worry, I haven't broken NDA. I just like it, and if you really want to like, I'm even hesitant to like suggest this, because even this feels like a level of parasocial transaction. But like, if you really do want to find the people who worked on this show and made it, and like show them thanks in some way, I would find other stuff they've worked on or made, because I'm sure some of the modelers have like their own comics or characters, or they've worked on other shows, and like, yeah, no one's ever heard of show X because it's on Tubu or whatever. But if you spent $4 and watched the show on Tubu, that would mean a lot, because like, maybe that show will get another season eventually, and that would give me, the animator, more work. Like, that would be cool. Like, if you came up to me and was like, I loved you as Mr. Puzzles, I'm like, okay. Like, doing that emoji that's like the Northern Lion chat emoji. Doing that is kind of my base reaction. But if someone came up to me and was like, I loved you as Mr. Puzzles, asked someone like, what's a performance like that? And someone's like, well, Naven in Epithet is a similar voice, and that's a thing I worked on, and like, I was the showrunner, so I obviously care a lot more about that because it's mine. Like, then I would be like, oh, that's very nice of you to take the time to do that. But like, I don't know, the internet has made people who make things too accessible, and I think it is vastly a net negative. So I would like to do everything I can to discourage the treatment that people like I'm just using it as the most recent high profile example. Like some of the people who have worked on Digital Circus have gotten some heinous treatment. Even in the last couple months, really ridiculous shit. So just, it's a TV show.
And as I've experienced as a fan, it is like way more satisfying to find a little community of people who are like as excited for the thing you love as you are. Because let's be real here, and let's be clear. It is rare. It is really rare for a voice actor who worked on their show to be a fan in the same way as you are. There are exceptions, but like, it's usually just a job. And as Jello said, they've spent a couple hours on it, you know?
Sorry, gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna put you on blast, guy who doesn't have a real username. Gooseworks is pretty immature IMO, but definitely doesn't deserve even a fraction of what shade and harassment she gets. You don't need to preface the statement with that. You don't know her. You've never spoken to this person. You're seeing the symptom of a person who's been harassed for fucking years. A person who's publicly a trans woman getting slammed for being in the public eye online right now. Who you don't know. Like, don't do that. People love leaving comments all the time in all places that are like, well, I don't agree. Like, I'm just going to use my own example on like Patreon. I'll get comments that are like, oh, I don't agree with like everything you've ever said. And I actually kind of hate this video, but I came into this Patreon to say, you did a really good job on this thing. It's like, you didn't need to say any of that first shit. What's that accomplishing? Like, just going, oh yeah,
like, what are you trying to prove?
Like, all you're doing is like signaling an opinion you don't need to share with me, especially in a space like on my Patreon where it's like, I'm gonna read that. What outcome do you want? Me to be like, wow, they're right. Let me change myself as a person because they were mean. Like, have you ever done that to someone in person in real life? Have you ever walked up and gone, hey, man, like, can you imagine if like I walked up to Savvy and I was just like, Savvy, I don't agree with everything you've ever said, but that show you recommended me was pretty good. That's not how people talk. That's very weird of you. Have you ever met a person you agree with everything they've done? Because I haven't.
or even just shit like you go up to your friend and you're like, you know, man, I really hate the way you dress all the time, but you know, you give me good advice, so I'm still gonna be your friend. Like, that's fucked up, right? You don't need to, like, preface your opinions like that.
Woof. Woof, bark, bark. Meow.
Whoa. Is that a singing dog and cat? Need a joke. Go back to the singing dog well.
This channel has 2 jokes.
What's the other one?
The game is on the home stream. I know. Fuck. Shut up. Shut up. It's ain't that though, by the way.
Oh yeah, right.
Ain't that the X?
The other one is
Y's?
Will smashing his desk. Correct.
Yeah. Explodes, Lovey. Were there any reasons Tip of the Tongue was publicly removed? Too much of it was outdated. That's all. It's like 11 years old now.
Industries change.
Right. Yeah, I forgot you were also talking.
Some of the episodes, like the TTRPG one, were good, but like, and there's like that one still tracks. But then like, there were episodes where it's just like wouldn't give any of that advice now. I don't want this to be where like advice people are getting, etc., etc. And it's weird to leave up like, here's episode 17 and episode 4, because then I'm just gonna get a million comments that are like, where the hell are the other episodes? And like, it doesn't matter. There's no way to like, there's truly no way to signpost a reason like that everyone will see and listen to.
You can put shit on screen in giant letters and people will still go to the comments and say, "What about this?" And it's like, brother, I can't help you.
What about this, though?
People still asking about my at for the ODL I drew.
That's insane, man.
The people know what they want.
What's my
And it's
favorite?
not-
I mean,
to
like,
read.
yeah, like I know, I'm pleased, but like it was on screen in giant letters, gang.
Okay. Yeah, all right, I'll take a crack at this one. This is just not vague enough. How do I make a video thumbnail appealing? I'm new to making video series on YouTube, so I'm not sure how to garner an audience. Really hard and really obnoxious thing to have to do. Making thumbnails sucks. Something with a human face is naturally eye-catching to humans. Be sure to work on it both at a size that you're working on it and, like, check it at tiny size to see if it catches your eye. So something with a face, looking up, Savvy, you're an artist, fucking help me. What's that grid called? The 3x3 grid of how you're supposed to put stuff in like the middle corners if you want the layout
The
attention.
rule of thirds?
Rule of
Rule
thirds.
of thirds, yeah. Follow rule of thirds. Whatever you need to be visible, like if you have a word in there that needs to be read, make sure it can be read on a small screen, make sure it can be read on a phone. YouTube kind of does this. This is actually the only update I think I've ever been a defender of YouTube making. I remember YouTube was like, we're going to automatically up saturation and contrast your thumbnails because it makes them pop more. And I remember a lot of people being like, how dare they? I spend a lot of time on my thumbnails. And I'm like, YouTube's doing you a favor. I know all of you don't have editing software, and there's a reason that like every professional thing is like brighter colors and more saturated and higher contrast. It's because it catches your eye. Look on Netflix, look on any streaming service. Just see, like, it's easy to tell what something is, etc. I feel like this is savvy bait, but what do you think has happened with culture that has caused people to respond to clowns specifically on a spectrum of 3 different emotions, those being joy, fear, and horny? Fear is almost entirely because of it, and also the fact that eventually all lazy horror people, as a rule, will go to the well of what is scary, something that's supposed to be small and cute or for children, and what? But it's evil, which is why there's like a million, like it's why Newgrounds had a thousand like My Little Ponies things. So like oh, Furbies are scary. It's why I think I said this in another scream, and it made
Another scream.
It made like Savvy or someone go, huh, after I said it. Maybe probably Will. That's how Will reacts to stuff.
That sounds well.
Where I was just like, I mean, let's be honest, mascot horror is just clowns for Gen Z. And he was like, wait, actually, yeah. And I was like, yeah, because it is. Because the idea of something that's being for children and is supposed to be earnest, which is what clowning's about, is sincerity, is... if you're not trying all the way, it's inherently creepy. But, like, that's true of the guy who's giving you your burrito at Chipotle, too. It's just like, oh, there's something kind of scuzzy about this if he's, like, not, you know, if he, like, kind of wipes his hand on his arm. It's just like, ugh, that's unpleasant. Like, if a clown's like, hey, kids, I'm not really doing the voice today and I didn't shave, it's inherently creepy because it's weird. It's like, what are you doing? Horny is just that people are horny for everything, and clowns are an archetype. I don't think there's something more specific.
Not to mention it, in the horny side of things as well, it was, I think, very distinctly helped by the fact that clowns had been in a scary camp for a very long time. The human brain reacts in a lot of ways, in a lot of weird ways to stuff, and one of the ways that we can process something that is, like, unpleasant is to sexualize it. Like, that's not a rule, but, like, consider spanking, for example. That is a generally unpleasant experience, but sometimes your brain will go, well, we need to handle this, though. So what if we just kind of flip that to pleasure instead? You know?
Or make a joke out of it. Those are like the two classic defense mechanisms for things that you find uncomfortable to contemplate. also just wanted to, sorry, I was chuckling to myself because when you said, clowns have been in a scary camp, I just imagined, like, that Goosebumps TV show, like, dad turns to the camera like, all right, kids, pack your bags.
We're going to
scary camp.
You're going to scary camp.
No!
Dun 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 dun.
It's a scary camp. Not scary camp. I wanted to go to space camp.
I love how Goosebumps will swing wildly between, what if you had to go to scary camp? And then the next episode will be, the man who died in the river is a bloated corpse and drags people to hell in the pool. Also, here are their guts. And it's just like, oh!
You really never know what you're gonna get when you roll the dice with one of that genre of show.
Yeah, children anthology horror is really all over the place. What's my opinion on characters are their voices argument, like how changing a VA will inadvertently change a character themselves. Every acting performance, you'll notice this especially if you watch a longer running show, like a sitcom. You'll notice no character is ever the same as they are in the first episode of season 1 compared to like the 15th episode of season 3. And that's usually because the writers are looking at them and going, okay, here's what the actor's really good at, and here's how they resonate. So great, easy example is in Community, show I really like, show I watched 1,000 times. That's actually a good thing to watch if you want some good comedy dialogue lesson, especially for television writing. There's kind of nothing better in the first 2 seasons. They were originally trying to do something with the Troy and Pierce characters. They clearly had a plan for that, but then they discovered the actors Danny Pudi, who plays Abed, and Donald Glover, who plays Troy, just had like insane chemistry with each other, so they just started writing that. It is true that everyone is going to bring something unique to a character, and whatever diversion that will, like, if every character starts as like a pillar, and that's like how they are as they're written, and they're gonna tilt in one or more directions as an actor puts their spin on them. I do believe that is a thing. I do not believe that any one thing is like if you learn like, oh man, I really liked that actor, but they've got like literal child bodies in the basement. What a shame. Like, the way they tilted a character in like 3 episodes, someone else could also do, or it could tilt in another equally interesting direction. And also, once a character's been established, like, anyone can continue going, oh, I see what they're doing with this. This is where the show went. I'll do that. And maybe I'll even be able to add a new thing with it. I don't think anyone is too good to ever be replaced. I don't actually think it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Sorry, I
was going to say,
new question,
I
but
think
you carry on.
For different media, there ends up being a different equilibrium for how much of the character is informed by, like, the showrunner or the original visionary, how much is informed by, like, who's writing this particular installment, the script for it, and then how much is informed by the actor. Because there are definitely performances where... There are definitely more so than others performances where you're like, man, this was probably a completely different character on paper, and because of how this actor approached the role, that, like, was entirely what defined it almost. But most roles are not like that.
The good question I spotted was directed at Jello, but I'm pretty sure we're probably going to have the same opinion on this, but when you're writing comedy, do you consider what makes you laugh or what people consider your brand of humor? I only ask because you're genuinely very good at writing comedy.
I don't think I've ever considered the former. Or, sorry, the latter. I've never what do people expect to see from me? I'm just like, that's a joke, baby.
That's a joke, baby.
No, exactly. It's the thing of, like, I mean, it's not just for comedy either. Like, if you find something to be evocative to you in any way, if you find something to be like really dramatic or like really heartbreaking or really funny to you, then statistically speaking, there will be people on the planet who feel the same way and think it's very funny too.
The trick is everything you should make for yourself, and eventually, if it's good and you make enough of it, slowly people who are your kind will find it and enjoy it. That's the trick.
Yep.
All right. Took a couple questions. Let me see. How do you manage to balance hating something for personal reasons versus hating it because it executed something poorly versus simply not vibing with something despite being technically good? I mean, for me, like, these are just different axes. Like, okay, something I like that objectively sucks is Secret of Nim 2, Timmy to the Rescue. Very bad movie. Not a good movie at all. Bad songs, it's ugly, it's stupid, but it gives me joy. The trick for me is just going, oh, it's bad and I love it. I think that's a very clear pitch. Like, I don't really want other people to watch it. Versus hating something for personal reasons. I don't even know if I have an example. I don't think I hate anything in the world more than something that had a good idea and was poorly executed. There's nothing that will drive a man to madness like a 7 out of 10, dude.
It's really uncanny how true that is, because the stuff I hate the most is the stuff that I think is like a 6 or 7 and could have and wasted so much of its potential.
How do you feel about the parasocial aspect of talking to fans or coworkers who watch your content and would start a conversation knowing a lot more about you than you would about them? I mean, if it's in like this doesn't usually happen since I live in a cube and don't go outside of it, but I have been recognized in the wild a small handful of times, actually. Once at an airport, which really surprised me. It's fine. Honestly, I would say the weirdest thing about this is I sometimes mention the server I'm in with people who are mostly just the mods in this chat, who are modded because they're in that server and I like talking to them, so I want their names to be a different color so I can see what they have to say. There's, I don't know if this is still the case. I know there's like a drama event channel thing for just when people are having bad days or whatever. And I did go out of the way. I was like, hey, step 1, no matter what we do, I do consider you guys my real friends, but all of you, almost like 85+% of the people in that server originally came together because they knew and liked Epithet Erased. And I was invited to the server like later, actually. I did have to go, hey, unfortunately, there is always going to be an inherent power dynamic of me being in here, so I'm just putting a kibosh on me ever looking at any interpersonal drama. I don't want to ever weigh in on any of that. It's just, like, weird. That's an unfortunate dynamic of this that is always going to be there, even though Epithet's been, like, dormant for years. And also, there's a lot of art shit posted in there. And if people are ever doing like, here's my OC, or especially like, here's an Epithet OC, I'm just like, I don't comment on that. Because like the idea, like say I liked one for whatever reason, I was like, that's great. And then I didn't like another, or I just had nothing to say. Like, not like I hate that, but it was just like, I don't have a thought on that. Just because I'm the guy who makes it, there's like an unfortunate extra level to it, and I'm just like, I just have to not engage with that. So that's really weird, and I don't like that. Except for Stella, who's canon. I already engaged with Stella shit before I was in that server, so that's like the one grandfather clause.
I got very distracted because as soon as you started talking about stuff that you actually like perversely enjoyed a little, even though you thought it was really bad, my brain just spat out, "Watch out, world, here I are!"
Watch out, world, here I are.
the way that line lives in my head is a lot more like sexualized sounding. Oh!
No.
I like my version. It's funnier to imagine being in a Pixar or Disney or DreamWorks. I don't even fucking remember who made that movie, and I don't care.
A Pixar.
A Pixar.
How does a person... Okay. How does a person forgive themselves for enjoying a piece of media that is widely considered bad? Don't attach morality to media?
Like ever. That's good advice, Fred. Yeah.
What do you mean forgive yourself?
Like, it's not that big a deal.
It's
Like,
not a sin.
Like, there is, like... I think I name-dropped him once or twice. Jake, who's in that server, is one of the people who read Umineko and really liked it, and as I'm going through it and live reacting to especially the last third of it, which I had thought was pretty bad, there were a lot of moments where he was like, fuck, I can't believe I liked this for so long. And I'm like, you don't gotta do that. Like, it's truly not a big deal. Like, I don't know, people, when they're passionate about something and when something hits them at a formative time in their life, sometimes people react to a piece of media as though it is an extension of their own body or mind, and for better or worse, it simply never is. Like, you are not the media you like. And if someone says, if someone's like, I don't like Powerpuff Girls for whatever reason, you're like, you motherfucker. I was seen in Blossom. She's me. Like, that's you're weird for doing that. And if someone's like, hey, did you hear this series sucks and I saw you liked it for a while, and you're like and you should feel bad for that. They're crazy for doing that to you. Like, that's weird also. There's so much, I don't know, I don't even know what to call it, like optics politics, like the idea of like, did you hear they like this thing? It's like, have you heard that we all have a limited time on this earth and this is what you're choosing to do with it? Like, why are you doing that?
Like, let me give you... This isn't even me putting my ass out. This is just how inconsequential this shit is. Two pieces of media that people could easily just be like, what's fucking wrong with you? For having any level of liking it. That I am just like, yeah, no, there's some shit in there that I think is really fucking fantastic, and I think it affected me in a way that is seen in the stuff I make now, which is Frankenfran and Sayano Uta. Those two pieces of media genuinely have some reprehensible shit in them. I don't feel like I have to be forgiven for that, because it's like, if you know me as a person, you know that if I say I like Sayano Uta or I like Frankenfran, you're not gonna, like, it's not like, oh my god, Savvy's a different person than I thought they were. Just like, no, it's just like, oh, I know Savvy. Savvy probably thinks that the shit that's reprehensible is reprehensible and likes the parts which are good that they like. You know, it's just not a big deal. The moment you divorce yourself from being the media you like is the moment that, like, you are acknowledging that you're a human being who has the capability of having nuanced opinions and likes, and can see that in other people as well.
Sorry, I was squinting, because advice for writing likable characters, too broad, as I said in the rules. I was just squinting because I think you have a Danganronpa avatar. I thought that was a funny combination.
I don't know if they're still around, but earlier I saw someone with an avatar of your face and a name. I think of like Brendan's Lemons.
Oh, don't like that at all.
Well, it's okay. You already crushed them up into a delicious drink and imbibed them, so they're gone.
It's Akane working at McDonald's? Okay. What are your scores in Disco Elysium? I don't remember my Disco Elysium stats offhand.
No, they meant how many points did you win?
Okay, fine.
There's this amnesiac drunk detective. Oh, does he win?
Does he win?
No. Emphatically, he does not.
I'll combine this. This is slowly becoming not a hot take, I think. Any Persona hot takes, and are there any pieces of media you think are vastly overrated? Persona, I think it's got a lot more cultural weight than it deserves. I also think it's not a surprise to me what gets nominated for, like, best narrative at the VGAs when people who've been playing Persona their whole lives get metaphor and move from an F to a C and think it's an A. Persona does have, like Atlas has style out the wazoo. That's what they got.
Style is
Persona-
not substance, though.
What?
Persona 5 would be a pretty decent 10-hour game. If it was just the first chapter was like the entire game.
Yeah, even then, it would still be bad. Like, it's just, they're pretty bad all the way down.
Aram doing that bit sounded like my dad asking if I'm winning when I play D&D.
Aram always
you're
sounds like your dad asking if
I
you're
always
winning.
sound like yeah, that's become the new bit around here lately, and I'm still ambivalent about it, but kind of starting to get on board. But for the record, if you're playing D&D, you're already winning because you're having a good time with your friends.
Yeah, okay, here's a fun one. What internet personalities would you work with if offered the chance? Man, Noah Cadwell-Gervais just did a charity event that they were hosting with a lot of guests, and among them were H-Bomb and Dan Floyd. And I don't think it's been a long time since I've felt so guy at the window with a tear in the eyes. Like, how do I get in that room? Man. Oh, Chris and Jack, that would be fun. I would like to work with them. They both seem like cool guys, but I feel like it's more likely I might get a chance one day to work with Jack DeSena because he is a dude who I'm sure I could find who his agent is and hire him to do a voice in something since he's still an active actor. Is there anything Fight for it.
I think what you gotta do, Jello, is finish your video essays. That's how you get in.
No, it's hard.
I know it's hard, but that's why they hang out, because they know.
I don't have, because I'm not in the YouTubeosphere, I don't have content creators, quote unquote, that I'd want to like meet and work with per se, but there are voice actors that, like, honestly, the single biggest thing that motivates me to try and eventually claw my way to the finish line on a creative project, 90% of it is I want to have a finished script so that I can go and spend a shit ton of money getting actors that I really respect to read the words that I put on the page and be like, like I'm holding a marionette.
I've had the ambition to like do various projects for the longest fucking time as well. Video essays, just, you know, you name it. It's just a thing of like one thing at a time. My current project is Heart of Hope. But like in regards to people I would love to be able to like work with, fuck it. It's Kuita. Kuita is so he's just such a fucking cool guy that I just can't help but be like, God, such a cool guy. No, he is genuinely like, I love his vibe. I love the way that he conducts himself and his general aesthetic and everything. He's so, like, he's also just an incredibly confident dude as well. Like, he just does not take people's shit, and I really respect that.
This isn't a Flare Q&A. Flare makes every chat a Flare Q&A. Okay, I grabbed a couple that were worth answering, so I'm going to try and do some of these in a row. Listening to your Patreon reviews a lot, wanted to ask if there's anything I would give a 10 out of 10 score for. Yeah, I was debating after the Umineko review's overwhelming kind of negative miasma, even though I'd give it like No, I would give it a pretty low score. That one's such a weird one, because it's like, if this were 30 hours, I'd give it an 8, but since it's 100 hours, I'm giving it a 4. It counts. But I was like, I should maybe just do a here, like, my favorite things review and why they're my favorite things. The trick is, it's often harder to talk about a 10 out of 10, because it's usually just, to me, it's like, it's obvious what's good about it. Like... but whatever. It's more fun to talk about something deeply flawed than something perfect. But yeah, 10 out of 10 stuff.
I don't know if I agree with that. I find like the 9 out of 10s or the 8 out of 10s are more boring than the 10, because it's like, in my mind, the 10 out of the 10s are like, I could write books about why it's good, and I want to talk about why it's good, but that just might be my opinion.
I could see that. Sometimes...
Sorry, I've got a bunch of questions in a row. It is my Q&A. I'm going.
Yes.
I'm the main character today. Sorry. I would give the Baccano anime a 10 out of 10. I think it's worth watching. The first episode's so fucking weird, but like it's so good. Movies, Prince of Egypt. The first Knives Out movie for me is a perfect 10 out of 10. I fucking love that movie. Fuck. This is why I was like, I need to make a list. I'd give Avatar a 10 out of 10, even though it's not perfect. I don't think anything show length has ever been actually perfect. So
to be clear, you mean Last Airbender and not James Cameron's Blue People,
I said
right?
it was a show, so I thought that was pretty evident.
Okay.
But yeah.
I didn't want you to get Coolsville sucks on. I'd give Avatar a 10 out of 10.
Gravity Falls, it's not perfect, but it's 10 out of 10. Craig of the Creek, Bluey. I don't know. There's just stuff that I'm like, Frog Detective, honestly. Fucking love Frog Detective. Honestly, Little Gator Game. Little Gator Game's a 10 out of 10. That shit's perfect. Of the Devil, ISAT. Luckily, a lot of stuff we've played on this channel, which is cool. And then at the same time, I'm like, my favorite piece of media ever, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. 7 out of 10, probably. Maybe an 8. Maybe an 8.
No, it's an 8.
Yeah, then there were a couple other things. That one's too hard. Do you have any advice when you fall out of love or can't muster the motivation for creating art? I used to love drawing and 3D modeling, but haven't done it in years because of lack of motivation. Don't feel bad about it. Do other stuff. Watch Kiki's Delivery Service and cry. Yeah, like
Go for it.
If you do it for a job, that's tougher because you don't have the time to not do it. But if you, I don't think it's like, I don't know, it's like tragic in like a coming of age kind of way to me, when it's just like, oh, for years I used to do this creative pursuit and I haven't really done it because I don't have that juice. It's great if you can eventually get back to it. And I know there's so much like, oh, watch out for like, here's how to deal with burnout stuff online. I think it's actually okay to fall out of doing a hobby forever and just be like, I'm glad I did that and I learned a lot. And like every couple years you can go back and be like, wow, yeah, look at that. I really did that. And maybe eventually you'll be like, God, looking at that again makes me want to do it. Or you'll be randomly doing something and be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna write some music today or whatever. It's been years, but like, I don't know. I think there's just so much advice online already about like how to boomerang back that like my uncommon advice is going to be, it's not bad if you never do. So that's going to be my weird answer.
I agree. You did a thing. It's part of your life, and that will never be taken away from you, even if you never do it again. It's part of who you are.
What games would I jump at the opportunity to play freshly again? Like you get memory wiped and can play it again. Disco Elysium would be cool. Especially if someone could fix the 2 or 3 glitches that fucked up my run. Let me think. Fallout New Vegas, and someone could remove the DLC from it. That would be really nice. Listen, Old World Blues fucking ruined my experience with that game the first time. Someone got Fallout 3 in my Fallout New Vegas, and I didn't like it. I hate Old World Blues. Thanks, Crystal. What are your least favorite character tropes, and how would you try spinning them into a character you tolerate or enjoy? I can't believe it's been 20 years and I'm still saying this. Any fucking flavor, modernized or otherwise, of just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I can't do this, or just because I'm an ex, or pervert characters and yandere. You know what? I've never seen a good pervert character. I'll just say it. It always makes them worse. Like, the closest one I can say to liking is probably Olivier from Trails in the Sky. And even then, I'm like, I wish he wasn't like that. You know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Careful, Jello. That might be a lukewarm take at best.
I want to see more, if you're going to do that archetype, I want to see more who are explicitly, like, hopeless romantics, rather than it being played as, like, I have lust for all these characters.
That's a fun one. Piff is Mason Mole, and Yam is... People kept calling him this, Koopa Kid. You mean Junior Troopa. Are some of my all-time favorite vocal performances. Are there any other performances from your friends that surprised you? I'm pretty sure everyone who's been on there has had some character whose their voice has taken over that shit in my brain. Oz as Leth and Sonic-y in the Radiant Dawn playthroughs. Aram as Patrine, and weirdly Jared. Like, I love your Jared. I actually think it's perfect. Like, you also... It's
Thought
like,
you were talking about my brother for a second.
I love your Jared, Amy.
I love that way that every time we go to Christmas at Amy's, you're there under the couch puppeting a sock puppet, and we all pretend it's Amy's brother. Like, there's a lot of roles where I'm like, obviously Aram nails that. Like, you know, Aram comes in as Izuka or Morgan. I'm like, yeah, it's Aram. But those are really good. Aram's Hifumi was really good.
Yeah.
Yam's Piastel. Kind of an all-timer.
Why?
Honestly, like, Yam... not really having any acting experience, but knowing Radiant Dawn well enough, nailing Micaiah and Almeida. There's some, like, I'm like kind of tearing up thinking about, there's some bits as Micaiah where you fuck me up pretty bad.
Oh, really?
I didn't know that.
The one I think about the most, because it's in one of the Bananas videos, is when Bananas is trying to explain the Blood Pact, and in addition to doing the Tyranio shit for shits and giggles, is also, like, it's got some of, like, the serious scenes, and there's that bit that's like, no, I can't do it. I know I said I could do anything for Dayan, but then I saw So Thought, and, like, even through the Discord breaking, like, I can hear you nailing it. It's like, that's... Oh, yeah, Yam is Lancer. Yam's Lancer is really good.
Ho ho ho!
And then, I guess for myself, Sav and Pizza Game ended up being really funny. And also, I can't believe how much fun I had as Huey. Not, is it Huey? Well, who's the fucking cop who I made sound like this?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, what is his name? Yeah, Huey Rogers. Yeah.
Huey Rogers.
Huey LaForet.
That is the name.
Imagine if he sounded like this.
There's one for Savvy. I'm trying to remember the ones you've been on, because it's...
Savvy is Odile.
Savvy as Odile is really good.
Odile has no other voice.
Thank you. It's very nice to know that a number of people have said that I am just Odile, like, forever, and that's very nice to know.
Oh, Jello's performance as the weird dream cat god from Night in the Woods is maybe my favorite Jello performance. That's a great niche pick. I did do really good as that. Yam is B, too. That Night in the Woods playthrough is, like, pretty much a perfect cast. That's crazy. Yeah, Vixen is Sifrid, obviously.
Oz is May.
Yeah.
Ugh. Oz is May and Mia's B got like dangerously close to some shit at some points.
Let's see.
Put that quote on the box. Dangerously close to some shit.
Yeah.
Jello is Ruby. That was a surprise.
For the performance is obviously mostly just like, you know, comedic rather than dramatic exercise of your acting chops. I would nominate Ruby in terms of voice prints. It's kind of surprising you're able to go to.
Someone said Danny is the weird flower person from Ghost Trick, and like, yeah. Save the bark!
The Rock of the Gods!
Save the bark!
Yeah, there's a lot of like little. I really do want to like pass the ball back to Oz if we do Of the Devil again. I mean, like obviously we will, but I would like to retain being the hunter's voice. That was I really enjoyed getting to do that. That was just the same voice as the cat god. Oh, Jello is Rui is a surprising range. Yeah, I used to be much better at the it's because I wrote out loud more, especially when I didn't live with paper thin walls, and also just with another person. I'm loud, but I used to just be like even way louder, so I would just be doing the female voices. I love Jello's Edgeworth on a comedic note. There's a lot of bits as Edgeworth that I do still like quote mentally in my head. Lizards breathe, among other objections to that.
Human
Oh,
butt
Sevius
blood.
Galcian! That's true.
Oh yeah, I did get to have fun as David Asher also. I'm really glad I was like sick when I first started voicing him, because I would never have picked that voice for him otherwise.
I love that we got like 2/3 of the way into that case and we're like, it said David has like 400 lines. Where the fuck are they? Oh, I get it. Jello talks for 45 minutes. I see.
Yeah, you reading that letter really fucked me up. Christ. And also, you as his boyfriend, like,
I
really
would
nailed
say
both of them.
I think I did a really good job as his boyfriend. I'm looking for question. Got some questiones.
Yeah, we have a whole heap and pile of questions.
Jello is purple. Do achievements, whether in-game or Steam or other platform achievements, ever affect your opinion of a game? Yes, completion is a separate thing from video games and can ruin them. I had a really good time playing Wargroove 1, and then I 100%ed it and hated it.
Achievements ruined Gree for me. GRIS, the game. Shouldn't have had him.
How much of Danganronpa is bad due to poor localization and how much is baked into its DNA? I would say more of it's baked into the DNA, but like the localization is an easier fix. So that's why I'm more mad at it.
Yeah, there's a lot you couldn't have fixed, but also a lot that you could have, if not fixed, then at least papered over as best you could in the localization if you were inclined to put in that effort, which they were not.
What was your process for writing Molly as a white guy? Did you go through sensitivity readers or just talk to people you know? It's something I'm working on in a story I'm writing. No, because Molly was originally a white character, and I kind of decided to make her black midway through writing, and because race has nothing to do with this character or this setting in the story I'm telling, and also she doesn't speak with AAVE, it wasn't really something I needed to do. The only thing I was like, in regards to Molly's race, I was just like, I would like this cast not to be so overwhelmingly white, because it was originally. So I figured two of the Neo trio who were eventually going to show up, 2 of them were white and blonde. So just change one of them. I tried Molly, I tried Phoenica. I liked the Molly design a little better. And also that, there was a chance I would never get to Phoenica, so it would be better to have it be Molly. And then there's like a couple little, like, that sounds a little more black moments Molly has. And those are Danny's invention usually. Like there's the one that's coming to my mind is, that moment where Giovanni's like, wait for me, my boys. He looks at them like a maiden looking out to sea. And it's like, why don't we just take him with us? Heavy. That was originally supposed to be the end of the scene. I was just like, and I think maybe Danny just went, you right. And I was like, that's funny. You should say that, actually. That's good. I will. You can come in if you want, but only if you want. How did I figure out that bone cracking sound effect? I don't know. I just found it somewhere. I've had that for like 15 years.
That to me is in a close tie with unenthusiastic children. Hooray for your most iconic. This is the Jello sound effect.
Someone else I know who does editing reached out to me and was like, can I get that unenthusiastic children sound? I have never been able to find that, and nothing else sounds like that. I was like, I don't know where I got it either. You talk about Bakano all the time, so I gotta ask, what are your thoughts on Durara? Durara is much worse. Bakano is an interesting series because I think the anime, again, give it 2 episodes. The first episode's weird and incomprehensible, and you'll see why. You can even skip it on your first viewing, but you should go back and watch it at some point. Bakano is a much more fun setting because it's in the 30s. It's got gangsters running around fighting for immortality elixir, and the characters are like crazy in a fun way. Durara is a boring setting with characters who are comedically boring or weird, and then they all have twists. Everyone's got a twist in Durara that makes them worse. It'll be like, you thought this was my weird Fire Emblem trait, but also I'm secretly this, and like kind of evil? Does this give me moral complexity, or is it just 2 Ryogo Narita characters smashed into each other? Like a horrible homunculus. And like, it's just like I tried watching Durara multiple times, and then I was like, let me look at the light novels, and I read into it, and it was like, here's this character's arc. It's like, that sounds awful every single time. I don't think I should answer that question. Also, I have no opinions on Jujutsu Kaisen. I just osmosize opinions secondhand from Yam and Savvy.
I won't say that word.
Sure. Asking, as someone without much knowledge on One Piece, taking out all this, like, sexism aside, what needs to change to make the post-time skip a good story? Should be about the Straw Hats, instead of the random fuck they meet who sticks around for 100 episodes and becomes the main character. Like, if you want your story to be about your cool pirate crew who you love dearly, I'd like to see them do things. I'd like one of them that's not named Zoro to get some screen time. That would be cool. You voiced a character in The Power of Two. How was the experience with that? I don't know what that is, so I don't think I did.
The Power of Two. Isn't that for squares?
Kill that guy. How much would it take for you to upload the Will Desk Slam object on Freesound? I'm hesitant because they have this like catch-all thing now that's like you're allowed to put like, hey, how allowed if someone scrapes this website and uses your sounds to train AI, how mad are you about that? Not like make it so they can't do that, but just like, how cool are you with it? And there's no don't do it option. So I'm like, maybe you don't get my sounds anymore, actually. What's my favorite character design trope? I am such a sucker and a loser for jacket worn on the shoulders like a cape. I think it's cool every single time. It's good every time, and I'll keep doing it.
Good to the last drop.
I didn't play the Scooby-Doo video games, man. Even I gotta respect my only...
I gotta draw the line somewhere.
The fuck is Power of Two? Is that like the Pokemon movie? Is it an anime? What is that? I don't know what that is. Sorry.
The Power of One is a Pokemon movie.
The Power of Three is a Doctor Who episode.
You played... Oh, it's the Object Show. Yeah, I was the Band-Aid. I'm gonna be honest, they just reached out to people to, like, have guests, and I was like, whatever. I don't know anything. Like, kids love object shows. I don't know what they are. And then they put Matt Chapman Homestar Runner in the same episode as me, like 2 lines away from me, and they put me higher in the billing than him, and I was like, you gotta fix that right now.
Hi.
I will.
Oh.
I will.
Actually, there's a person I'd love to work. I'd love to talk to the Chapman brothers at some
I'd
point.
love to talk to Will. It's a shame we never hang out.
That's true, also.
Well, you know, I'm right here. You see me, like how pretty I am.
Please stop eating me, Will.
I'm up.
Spice on
Sorry,
the,
I'm
you
enjoying
keep saying,
my snack.
You keep saying, fuck it, I'm gonna ask the beard question again. I don't know what the question is. You have to actually say the question.
No, read mine.
And the the gaggle of reporters. Mr. Apocalypse, the beard question?
What is it? Interesting.
I see.
Is Yam your beard? I'm bi. What would that even mean? Would I be pretending to be bi instead of being gay? Why? For what reason?
Get those clicks.
Oh, I'm really confused.
Actually, aromantic, asexual.
Weird question has been posted.
Oh, okay. Your beard has become a recognizable part of your appearance over the years. Was that a deliberate choice as part of your personal style or public image, or did it develop naturally over time? That's a strange thing to think, even living your life that way. I have a beard because structurally I actually have a bit of a baby face, and I think it's gross, so I need to have a dividing line between my neck and my chin. That's for me. I don't really care what other people think of it.
This one's for me.
You did say that to me when we started dating. He's just like, you were just like, I will never shave the beard, never ask me. I will say no. You have to be okay with it. And I was like, well, I am okay with it. So.
I love, this question's insane. Do you think the idea of immortality is a scam? Because I know some people in the world who physically cannot see what's wrong with immortality. When you phrase it like that, it sounds like immortality is real and a product you can purchase that you have access to.
You sound like you're mad someone found your fountain of youth.
Mad because someone found your fountain of youth, aren't you, Squidward?
Aren't you?
I checked that IP address. Gotham City. Ra's al Ghul.
Oh my god.
When a game gets a remake that changes a lot like P3 or a ton like Final Fantasy, when do you think the changes go too far and not far enough? To me, the question of doing a remake or a remaster is actually a question the problem is for companies, it's a question of making money and just remaking the most popular thing over and over again. For me, I think a remake should be, that thing had some great ideas or was good at the time, but has aged quite badly, or, oh, we didn't have enough time originally to do the things we wanted, let's give it another shake, or, hey, that's been locked to the fucking Dreamcast and never got a port. It seems like it's time to redo it, you know, but it's never any of those things, is it? So, frankly, every time I see a remake of something, I'm just like, fuck you for picking that one, jerk.
What about Code Veronica?
Will is the same volume as everybody else. I truly don't know what you guys are talking about.
Nom, 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 nom.
See, there he is. He's making his patented Will Chew.
Mm-hmm.
My least favorite Pikachu evolution.
Will
Oh,
chew,
no.
will chew.
Will chew or won't chew?
Ignoring that one. Can't get into that. Some Danganronpa something. Don't worry. I made it sound
Me
more
when the
serious.
swim trunks are too small.
Definitely don't have any. Don't ask for any grooming or. That sounds gross. Facial hair grooming advice.
Oh, yeah. I was like,
Right.
Hey, any advice on grooming?
Nope.
Excellent parry, my lord.
I don't know what this
Most
means.
insane way to catch someone out.
Are you okay with people headcanoning? Yeah, just 7 questions in a row. Okay, and who's your favorite character in this? And how would you groom an 18-year-old on the night of June 11th, 2013?
Interesting. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sure this stands for some condition I don't know, but it is very funny written out in lowercase like this. Are you okay with people headcanoning your characters as disabled? Like someone headcanoning Sylvie with POTS, or but it's just written as Sylvie with POTS or something. I was like, Sylvie can hold whatever cutlery you'd like him to. That's fine. But I don't care. You can do whatever you want forever. The only asterisk on that is, like, remember that, like, unless I say specifically, I'm not writing someone to be anything specific. So I've had a million people be like, I think Molly's autistic. I think Feeney's autistic. I think Giovanni's autistic. I'm like, you can do whatever you want forever. But remember, that's your choice. And, like, don't get mad at me if I make them say or do something. You're like, that's not right. They're autistic. It's like, you did make that up for what it's worth. So, like, just...
I forgot that was just something we made up.
You can do whatever
like,
you want, but be careful.
You don't need to ask a creator's permission about what you think of the story you consumed. That's, like, not on them, nor is it on them to police. But at the same time, like, if they write something that's true to them and it didn't vibe with what you were getting, then that's just how it is.
Grabbing others. Any new LGBTQ identities for epithet or race characters? Funny question, but honestly, like, even when I say a character is probably straight, almost everyone I write ends up being bi or ace, because those are just such huge spectrums, you know? Like, there's so many ways. It's just like, do I see this character as allosexual or asexual? If they're allosexual, they're probably bi. Or, like, very, very straight passing, or very, very gay passing, but they're probably bi, because that's the only way I know how to be. And if I don't see them as being allosexual, then they're some kind of ace. Again, you can do whatever you want forever. I don't care.
Just be nice.
Do I have something?
Yeah,
I
and
really...
don't police other people's headcanons either.
That's the weird. That's
Yeah.
even weirder, honestly. Danganronpa sucks, but do you have something you really like about streaming or voicing it with friends? I'm definitely enjoying the second one more than the first, because I'm not only voicing Naegi, who is so horrible.
Also, it was for a good cause.
true.
That's crazy because the second one is so much trashier.
It's what I thought. I thought Danganronpa would just be trashy and anime. I was so flabbergasted by how incompetent it was as a video game. Like, that's
It is
really,
certainly incompetent, yeah. But
so
is the second one.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's like just as incompetent, plus it's trashy.
Mm-hmm. The second one is just more polarizing, which means I'm less bored. Which means I'm enjoying it more, not necessarily that it's better. It's just, I hate this with an exclamation point instead of a period. Also, again, I get to sometimes voice someone that's not the protagonist. Galactic Ghost, you gotta be more specific. I can't just tell you how to be better at editing. Sorry. Are there certain genres, eras, or regions whose media remain unexplored despite deserving wider attention? Probably a lot of indigenous shit that got eaten up, but like I don't really know any of them. I'm some guy who experiences most of the same shit you do, so I don't really have an answer.
I would say, if we're talking from a Western perspective, most media that originates not in the West nor in China or Japan, and tertiarily Korea. Anything from the Middle East, India, everywhere else in Asia that's not the far east of Asia, and the entire continents of Africa and South America.
Yeah. Dumbest thing people have been upset at you for. When Pizza Game came out, a game I did not make or write, there is a spoiler for the third 999 game in it, which is a game that I believe nobody, including Zero Escape fans, likes. I think it's pretty universally hated. And Plaster has a quick joke that's like, by the way, this is the twist of that game, Lamau, in a line you can see. It's near the end of the game in the true route. And some 999 fans got really mad about that, thought I wrote the game, and tried to cancel me about it. So I think that's probably the dumbest thing I've ever been canceled for.
Neat.
What do I look for when deciding games to fully voice? A lot of things. Who's available? I like to try and not use the same cast. Like, I wouldn't... Like, if I just did a game with, like, Will and Yam, I would not then want to pivot to a game where I'd be like, this would be perfect for me, Will, and Yam, because it's like, I have other friends who I'd like to get in there. I've been... You've seen him in the chat, been trying to find a game to play with Neosi for years. I think we're going to do Mother 3 after Danganronpa at some point. And I have been struggling to figure out who our third should be for so long. For the reason I usually struggle with casting me and Aram, in that we are the same vocal range, and we'll always see the same type of guy and go, ooh,
and wiggle our fingers. Don't mind if I do.
There have been multiple times where I think Aram and I have both looked at each other and go, all right, which one of us wants it? Like,
flip a coin, buddy.
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors.
And usually it's just like, that's just the two of us. And like, Savvy's close-ish in vocal range to us, but she has a different, like, sound at least. Neosi's just kind of close to me and Aram, so I'm sitting here going, if I have to put me and Neosi in something, I think there's not enough characters for more than a third person. Who do I get? You also want to get people who are available. It's usually a scheduling thing. You want a game that's got a lot of dialogue and something to look at. So Mother 3 is not the best option, but I'm going to try and save state jump my way through it, as we did with Skies of Arcadia, which that one, I knew that game so well I could do that. Yeah, so I'm trying to be like, all right, well, we need someone who's got like a younger femme and maybe child voice. So like, I don't know, maybe Oz, maybe Danny, maybe Yam, I don't fucking know, Smokes, maybe TB, honestly. We'll see. I haven't figured it out yet, but...
TB would be fun if you can get them.
Yeah, I mean, TV is going to be busier than ever now that they're Kifri. Is that how you pronounce that character's name?
Kifri, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we only had, like, the Twoey streams, there were only 4 or 5 sittings, and that was still a nightmare to schedule. Yeah. Have I read through Naruto? No, I want to watch through all of Naruto with Savvy so bad at some point. Oh, here's a good one, actually. I'm just like copy pasting it so I don't miss it. I don't know why. Why don't I just fucking read it with my eyeballs? I'm stupid. How do you research topics or settings that come up in your writing that are outside your lived experience and you lack a frame of reference for it? You research for a while. One of the most fun things about writing is going out and learning too much about something. There's a Fallout inspired just for me project that I was doing completely for fun, not going to do anything with it. I was like, here's a gamma ray burst sourced post-apocalypse setting 100 years after the event, Disco Elysium format, Fallout kind of vibes, set in southern Colorado. And I was like, okay, I want these things geographically. Is there a place in Colorado I can like use? Yes, there's like exactly an area. This will be my map, but I'm going to fantasize it. So I spent like days and days and days reading newspapers from locals and looking at stuff, and I was like, okay, there's an alligator farm here, there's a UFO sighting platform, there's like a weather station. How does this work? How can I turn this into a dungeon? There's a castle. Some guy made a castle for himself, stone by stone, in what's it called? I'll look it up. It's in the middle of the mountains, and it has a dragon head on it that breathes out a flamethrower. And I was like, I could just take that. That's amazing. You change it. It's just like a fun project. I wanted to see if there was could there be a gold rush era? I have a fixation on the idea of currency and how how people agree on it, how it gets made. And so I like spent a bunch of time looking into like the history of coins and gold rush America. And I was like, is there any chance there could be a hidden cache of gold coins from the gold rush that someone wants and heard about? And it's like a treasure hunt quest. And it was like, coincidentally, there were all of these like basically rogue coin manufacturers around the gold rush because it took so fucking long to take the gold dust that people panned during the gold rush and get it to one of the coasts or any of the mints, that someone just opened one up in Colorado, was not part of the government, but it did so well that actually the government came to them and went, we're going to buy your mint and make it one of the, I'm going to say 4 official mints of the United States. So that's why if you look on your coins, I think on quarters, if you're an American, there's like tiny little letter. It'll be like D, it's like Philadelphia. I used to collect coins. Philadelphia, Denver, Colorado, and there's one more. Is anyone into, what is it, numeristics or something? I love it's close to that. I love researching weird niche shit. Also, talking to people is super important. It's easier for me because I have a following, so I can be like, hey, does anyone have this experience? Okay, great. Can we get in a DM? Can I talk to you about this? When I wrote on Date Everything for Jerry, who's a hoarder character, it was tricky because I didn't want to gamify his affliction too much, but the idea is like, there's a love, hate, and a romance ending with every character. And I figured a lot of the writers would be making the love ending the good one, then the medium one is friendship, and then the bad one is hate. And I was like, I want to do a character where the loved ending is the negative one. And that's the idea where you're kind of toxic positivitying him and encouraging him in a way that's making his own bad habits worse. Whereas the friendship ending is the hardest one to achieve, and it's the one where it's like, hey, here's how we can like help you a little bit, not like cure you or anything, but like here's how we can help manage your hoarding shit, and like not like turn it into something productive for society, but like here's how you can live in your space without constantly injuring yourself on rusty nails. And to do that, I reached out to a bunch of people in our server. Actually, I was like, does anyone have any relatives who were hoarders? And I think almost everyone said yes, actually. And
unfortunate.
Yeah, like I think Burns' dad was a hoarder, so he gave me a lot of super valuable information. And like, I spent a couple days researching on it and being like, hey, this is like, I want to make sure I got this right. And I did get a message from someone who's like, hey, I have hoarding tendencies, and I liked this character, and I'm going to try and see if the method that worked for Jerry works for me in real life. I was like, that's really cool. I'm glad that that's your reaction to it. It makes me feel like I did a good job. So yeah, I don't know. It's one of the reasons I think AI is crazy, and like content farms are crazy, and bad video essays are crazy, because like research is so fun. It's so fun to learn. Like...
Can I offer a much shorter counterpoint?
Sure.
I don't know if it'll lead to an interesting discussion or not. I am who I am, and I feel it would very well... What? Yeah, how would you say something so bold yet so controversial? I am, who I am. I've cultivated the reputation and personal image that I have, and it would feel correct to me, both in terms of how it would fit into my own self-image, as well as the image that I present to other people, if I had a great deal of intellectual curiosity about just kind of anything that caught my attention, and I enjoyed learning for learning's sake. And none of those things are true. I only get into a small number of things, and if I need to write about something, or if I'm interested in writing about something, it is always easier for me to write about my uninformed idea of what it might be like, rather than do that research. And I think that is true of many people, and that is something that I try to actively fight against, but I have to actively fight against it, and I suspect that is the case for many people. I just don't care that much.
Aram, this is like learning that you don't like tea.
Yeah, nope. I don't like tea, and I don't like learning for learning's sake. Or not that I dislike it, but like, that is not something
you don't seek it out.
Yeah, no.
I hate learning.
Oh, look, what clever children!
Oh my god, it all makes so much sense.
It still makes sense. I am mean, dude. No, yeah, I wish I were more of a classic intellectual in that sense, and I feel like a fraud because I'm just not. I learn knowledge when I have a purpose to put it to use for, and otherwise not, typically. This is my confessional stream. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
All right, so we gotta kill him now, chat. Yeah, genuinely curious. Sorry, this is off topic. How did you get the role of Mr. Puzzles? Did you audition for it, or did they contact you? I like never get scouted for anything. I was on Glitch's shortlist for auditions. They reached out to me to play a role in Meta Runner, who's like a little pirate guy. Then I got to audition for Digital Circus, didn't book it. I got a call back for Kinger. Glad I didn't book it now, because I would really be in the mines with Marissa. Can you imagine, Amy, can you imagine them trying to fly me out to events and how fucking miserable I'd be and sick all the time? What a nightmare.
Except for the UK one, where you could have met me.
That would I would have gone to. But I also would have insisted they pay for Amy's ticket, because if I went without Amy, I think she would have been so fucking pissed off.
I don't know if I'd be pissed. I'd be sad.
You as Kinger would be crazy. I pretty much did what Sean did, but a little worse, to be honest. So yeah, it makes sense they cast him. They cast Reen.
Kinger.
Glitch is like adjacent to SMG4. They wanted a villain for the season. He was on an audition side. I auditioned and got it. Then they retired the character and were like, hey, we might make him the main character in another show that's like super well animated. And I was like, well, that's insane. That feels like being handed a free role. I did try and do the usual thing of being like, so did you need to cast anyone else? Because I have people I know if you want me to recommend anyone. They were like, oh no, we already cast like we did auditions. I was like, okay, no, that's cool. It's okay. So who gives a shit? It's okay. Whatever. I'm normal.
I'm normal.
Look, that's a lot of long ones right in a row. What's my process for planning a story? It depends on the story. I don't know. Like, the way I approach Sweetwater and Epithet and Date Everything are completely different. I think it's important. This is also sort of how I review stuff. I think it's important to have an intention. So, like with Sweetwater, the mechanical goal was I want to see if I can do a one person, for the most part, sitting. I think it would be interesting to have one GM puppet mastering a whole game. Player focus and player driven POVs, but they're not, they don't start as a party. They may never become a party. And so I was like, okay, I want to see if I can do that, and then I want to see if I can edit it into a cohesive story. And obviously, I want to make that easy for myself. So I'm like, okay, here's the core mystery. Here's the twist. And again, I talk about this on the Patreon review. Savvy and Will are also in the Sweetwater one. It's good. And I kind of designed it like an octopus, where I was like, all right, I want to make it so no matter where the players investigate, they're not wasting their time. Everything should, at some level, lead to the core mystery somehow. Not all of them are going to be as easy, but they should all do something. I purposely asked all of the players what they wanted to do. So, you know, Savvy was like, I'm going to be this scientist who's a bastard. And I was like, okay, I can fit that in. There's a species of animal. He can be a biologist. That's close to the plot. That'll put him right next to some stuff. Will was like, I can be a cop. I'm like, easy. Probably the easiest way to make you a major character. Sure. Austin's character had some backstory with like the murders going on in town. That was easy for him. And I immediately introduced him to like 3 of the NPC characters in like the 1 or 2 sittings we filmed, and he fucking hated, like his character hated 2 of them and roasted the fuck out of them. I'm like, that's so funny. Okay, you're not friends? That's great. You never need to talk again if you don't want. So that was fun. Then with Epithet, like I said earlier with like the book, a lot of it's the medium and what you're trying to do. So with Prison of Plastic, I was like, the story I want to tell in the long run with the Blind Deaf family is I'm really interested in the idea of unhealthy family relationships and abusive relationships, where it's a question of, is this worth taking the time and reaching out, especially if the other person isn't receptive? Is this worth healing? And is this worth, like, will this better your life or their life? Like, is it worth it? And I don't think this is really spoilers. I feel like this is pretty obviously where the story's going. The idea is Molly has a bad relationship with her sister and her dad. I would like to tell a story where it's like, here is a person who is not good for Molly, her dad, and the moral is not going to encourage her being like, you know, recovering that. Like, it's probably better if he's out of their life. And with Lorelai, it's like, that's one that would benefit both of them to heal, but it's going to be a windy path. And then inadvertently, in trying to write that story, I ended up finding things where it's like, oh, this is also kind of interesting. It's like, oops, this accidentally became a story about how systems put in place to help people can actually fuck them over. And sometimes by playing by the rules actually is worse, and being like a bad guy, basically being chaotic good and breaking the law is sometimes the best thing to do. And then Molly and Rick have a bunch of parallels about how it's bad to, I think the arc phrase is going to be set yourself on fire to keep everybody warm. And like now with this museum book, this is why I'm having so much trouble with it, because it's got to do so many things. Like it has to be the foundation for the rest of the series moving forward. And it's like, I have to improve something I already wrote in a different medium, and I have to onboard new people, and I have to make it interesting for people who already read it. And I can't really change anything that's solidified within Prison of Plastic. So there's a lot of different rules. It was a long answer, but... How do you make characters likable even if they're bad people? Make them real. No one ever thinks they're the... Everyone wants to do the right thing and to be good. Some people are very bad at that. Some people are deluded in how to do that. But in real life, nobody wants to be evil, you know? So like if you're telling a story that's a little more grounded, even if a character's decisions seem batshit to all the other characters, and even if the reader doesn't always know why they're doing what they do, at every single moment, if you, the author, plucked that character out of the story and sat down with them, it's like, why are you doing that? They should be able to have a concrete thing, like, I'm doing this because of this. They should always have a reason. That doesn't mean they can't be impulsive and do like wild shit, because like no one does everything they want to do all the time, especially if they're like writing a kind of shitty person. But everyone has reasons for doing what they're doing, and I think too much of the time people, I call it bullet point writing, where it's like, well, this guy starts as the bad guy, but I know I want him to join the Power Rangers later. But then then those are the two bullets. So like, obviously, if you want to set that up, you would kind of have little moments where there's like stuff in between where you can see them being like, oh, they're actually not happy being on the bad guy side, or they have some doubts, or, oh, you can see they do evil things, but they're like kind in specific ways. And like, maybe there's weird moments where they accidentally parallel the hero. And it's like, okay, I can see how they might eventually join once some circumstances change. But if you're a bad writer, it's just like, well, I know in my writer brain that they're going to be better later. Yeah, then you don't put in the work, and it's just like suddenly they're like, I'm a good guy now. And because you're controlling it, if you're a bad writer, it's just like, yep, that was the plan and it's accomplished. And all the other characters are like, come on down, Johnny Murderer, you're our friend now. And the reader is there going, huh? Wait, what?
Mm-hmm. And like, there's different kinds of likable as well. If you're going for like that's very good in terms of like the likable of like, hey, this is a character who I think is cool and I would like to be around them, that kind of a thing, even though they are kind of a bastard. You can also just have characters like, I think about Kimberly from fucking Fullmetal Alchemist.
Kimberly, dude. Kimberly fucking rules.
Kimberly is fantastic. He is unrepentantly a like, he's a war criminal who loves to do war crimes, and he's like, oh, I want to be released from prison so I can keep doing war crimes because it's so cool and awesome and I love doing it, right? He's like completely irredeemable. But you know what? He's having a great time. And it makes him a lot of fun to watch.
Kimberly is a ton of fun to watch because, first of all, he's cool. He dresses cool. He has cool powers. And he's a great, scary antagonist who causes problems, which is just interesting to watch. But also, he's a super consistent guy to the degree that he just says right away, he's like, I don't really care about right and wrong. I just want to be on the team who wins between the superpowered evil homunculi who secretly run the government and humans. I want to be on the team of whoever's stronger. You know what he is he's good Nagito Komaeda. And he's like, you know what? I'm placing my bets with the homunculi because they have superpowers. And at one point he's damaged in a battle, and one of the other homunculi is just like, I'm eating you and killing you. kills him, and he's just like, whatever, as long as this helps you win, sure. And then near the end, that homunculi, like, I fucking love Brotherhood so much.
It's so good.
This homunculi, who is the embodiment of pride, has to, like, he's like basically gonna try and cheat and throw away his pride to win a battle against a hero. And out of the ether of screaming souls this guy is made of and has devoured, Kimberly just walks out and is like, you can't cheat and throw away your pride as a homunculus. If you're gonna throw away your own pride and give up your team, I'm also giving up on your team, and I'm gonna suicide so we both lose. And he's like, and Pride goes, how the fuck are you even in here? This is like a roiling mass of souls. No one ever retains their humanity. He's like, I don't know if you remember, buddy. I'm Johnny Crazy, who gets off on people screaming. So all of these souls being tortured, this is awesome for me. And then they both explode, and you're just like, yeah.
Yeah. I've been having a great time, TBH.
Because it's consistent.
Yeah.
It's because Kimberly tells you what his deal is right away. You know what his deal is, and he's like, I'll keep working for the other villains as long as they play my game. And one of them cheats, and also it's a good moment because Pride's a real piece of shit. Like, all the final homunculi fights are so good because they're all just they all get killed by an inversion of their own deadly sin. It's just fucking great.
God, I want to rewatch Brotherhood again now.
Very good.
Evil character or a bad character is consistency in reasoning. I think you need to do that with every character you have. It's important to sometimes check, because you're not always like, you might have ideas to be like, I need them to get to the island or whatever, but like, so then you need to have a reason all the characters would get there, and maybe you don't have one right away. So one of the hardest parts of writing is to kind of back up and zoom out and be like, okay, wait, actually, how can I get you there? Because why would you tag along with this? That doesn't make any sense. Like this, like you're doing this dangerous thing and they just go, and it can be like that. It's such a good source of little gifts you'll end up giving yourself by going like, well, maybe there's like a prize, or maybe they won this. Maybe the reason they get to this island where, like, I don't know, a murder game or something happens. Maybe they get there because there's like a prize giveaway, or maybe a celebrity is going to be doing a thing on this island and this character's a fan of that celebrity. And that's like, okay, immediately there you've got this connection. She wants to see this character, or like, oh, this celebrity's really into this type of music. Okay, I didn't think about that before. Maybe she's into this type of music. Maybe she's like really into like the punk scene. That might change how she dresses or whatever. Like, that's how you kind of discover characters. And if you keep doing that, characters will flesh themselves up enough, or out enough, that eventually you don't need to write because they will tell you what they would do. It doesn't become easy because it takes a long time. But and sometimes the thing they want to do is not where you need them to fucking go at the moment. It's like, well, fuck, okay, how do I change the universe to get this piece to where I need to get it?
Yeah, like it is an incredibly satisfying moment when you realize that a character has started to take on a life of their own, though, and it can sometimes kind of be a little like scary. I still remember when I first experienced that as a GM, where I had been running a villain, the main villain, for so long that I had just started to completely like be capable of embodying her mindset without thought. And there was moments where my players would say something, she was in the scene, and I would say something and go, oh fuck, like because I just wasn't expecting myself to say that.
It's like rock climbing. It's not for everyone.
It's not for everyone.
Hee. Not easy though.
What's everyone's favorite gem or mineral? Nice try, unmasks you, flare gun calamity. Okay. When you play a game with combat and many characters, how bad would a character have to be compared to the other options for you to never use them ever? 1% worse. It depends on the party. If there's 20 party members and I'm gonna pick the best 5 or like the best 4, Sometimes they're way worse. I'm just thinking of Josette. How did they do that?
Oh man.
There's a term for this in game design, but like if you design 600 weapons to take something out, and one of them is the bazooka that kills everything, they will just use the bazooka. Like you
Dominant
can't-
strategy.
Yeah, dominant strategy.
To be fair, Josette is a little more than 1% of a downgrade over the others.
I know.
But no, you're correct.
It's interesting as well because it is often a matter of like path of least resistance, because you could put into the game like, hey, here's 3 types of enemy and here's 4 types of weapon. 3 of the weapons have a 10% bonus damage versus like one of the specific enemies, like A, B, and C. They're like matched, right? But then the 4th weapon just does like the same damage, but a little less to all of them.
Yeah.
People will pick the 4th one because it does the job and they don't have to think about it.
Huh. That's a...
Yeah.
Go ahead if you had a thought, Will.
No, all I was going to say is that, like, it's one of the biggest problems with, like, before they made the newer updates to 5th edition or whatever it's called now, where it was like, all right, well, I'm just going to use the longsword. Like, it has, at least in Pathfinder, it's like this has a better crit range. It has decent dice damage in comparison to the other weapons. I will just do longsword, right? And it wasn't until, like, 5th edition where they added things where they go, flail is weaker, but it does better against shields, or like some dumb bullshit like that. It's like, oh, so there's a reason to use this outside of just the number, because that is one of the biggest hurdles with like TTRPGs that are more straightforward like that.
I think this is it's very specific but a fair question that I don't think I'm going to have a better chance to mention. Many longtime reviewers will remember Rube from older content. Since he hasn't appeared much lately, I was wondering if there was any particular reason for that, or if it was a normal falling out. I don't think Rube and I have had a falling. No.
I still hang out with Rube.
I literally just finished streaming a game with him.
Yeah,
Rube's great. We've been playing Final Fantasy together recently.
Everyone here who's not me hangs out with Rube pretty regularly. There's not a specific reason for that. It's just that, like, Rube's always kind of in the Venn diagram of my various friends and their, like, closer friend circles. Rube's always been a little bit, like, not close to me. Like, in my head, I'm like, oh, Rube is closer to, like, a Lamp Circle or a Savvy Circle or even an Aloha Circle for a while. Rube doesn't play any games I play. And, like, you guys just... I haven't been in a TTRPG with Rube since Anime Campaign, so it's... Yeah, just haven't Rube is dead. That's true. Mm-hmm. Jello, why did you kill Rube? I needed the rights to Giovanni, and I couldn't afford Rube's buyout costs.
Rube was holding on to the IP.
Do I have a favorite font or typeface? I have a couple.
Swung note.
No, it's not. I'm actually... Yo, can I get... If I could be so real, I hate seeing people use Swung Note for everything.
I don't know what that is.
It's just that one of the 2 fonts that's, like, used in Epithet media. So, like Aloha uses it on thumbnails a lot. I'm like, no, that would imply this is Epithet related, and it's not. Like, just... I have a lot of insane person graphic design and typography takes, though. See my joy in the Truth Scrapper stream of seeing the custom glyphs Adrian made for that game. Yeah, elephants and cherry trees, bubble tea is cute. I don't know, there's like a couple that I use. Helvetica's easy. It's so basic, but it's easy. Is pregnant Danny Phantom still the worst thing you've drawn? No. Have I considered doing another Price is Right cricket video? I always think it's weird to, like, do a sequel video. Like, people have asked also, like, do another Zillow stream? And I'm like, I mean, we did those when I was dating both Jay and Amy. I haven't been dating Jay for 2 years, and like we pretty much don't interact ever anymore. Like he was in that Wormtown video, but that's because that was for Aloha's birthday, and Aloha and Jay are pretty close friends. And also Aloha's also Jay's channel manager. But like we don't talk, and I'm like, I don't want to do it without Jay, because that feels weird. But I also don't want to schedule Jay for something, because I've never met a human being who's harder to schedule for anything. So, I don't know.
And also the vibes would be different because it's not a polycule anymore.
Yeah. So it's kind of like that with Price is Right, where it's just like, Austin's hard to wrangle because he's just like not around very much, and he's always dealing with some local curse. Pretty much don't hang out with Lamp or Rube ever, so it would be like me, Will, Savvy, and then it's just like, hey, people I haven't hung out with in a long time, do you guys want to get together and do something that we originally just did for funsies, so
content.
I can make content out of it? Like, I don't like it. It just seems gross. What's the dumbest joke you've made in a video that you still find funny? I'd love to go through and like pick out my favorite joke from every video I've done. Honestly, not a video, but my favorite joke in Prison of Plastic is the Trixie talking to the crows, and she's like, "You guys want this, right? Yeah. Something else? Yeah." They parroted, parentheses, class traitors, which is such an I wrote this as the last thing I wrote down before going to bed ass line, and I woke up and I was like, I'm not changing that. That's funny.
Class traitors.
One of the first lines that made me ever do a "so this is basically" is I was like fucking around and talking to myself in the shower, and I was doing bits about Cowboy Bebop. And I was doing bits about Cowboy Bebop, and I was like, Mr. Bebop has a girlfriend with all the personality of a cardboard cutout of a vagina. And I said that, and for whatever reason, I thought it was so funny, it made me laugh for 10 minutes straight. And I was just like, I have to do that now.
That's not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be armrest is purple.
Armrest is purple was also there. I'm going to guess that one. Knowing me, I had written something for the other two, did not know what to say for Amethyst, who at that point in the show had kind of just been awful and done nothing. So I didn't know how to summarize her, and I just gave up with that line.
Scratchy itches too handsy is a bad man who scratches heroes' names with his bad touch gang.
Man, I always forget that I made that video. Who will save us? I won't.
Slowly walks up. I won't.
That one's good. That's a solid one. What's my opinion of the Metal Gear series? Kind of neat. I think they're awkward to play, but interesting.
Funny.
We still got to do Revengeance.
Yeah.
Revengeance is a hoot.
I don't understand. That sounds mutually beneficial.
That sounds strictly beneficial. You don't understand.
You don't understand, Ruby.
You don't understand, Hajime. I can turn into oats.
How do you write a believable romance? Again, write characters who... Man, one of my favorite things... No one will ever know the changes of Cornucopia. The amount of times the character who was going to be Hiccup's love interest changed over the years as I was like, well, he wouldn't do that, and like, who would he actually have chemistry with is fucking wild. Again, learn who the characters are and let them direct you, And sometimes you will be surprised. We live in a world of lonely divorced men who've never been in love writing all the media in Hollywood, so that's why all romance is bad. But we also live in a world of movies where the rule is there must be a romance. So at the start of the movie, you have written character A and the vagina, and they will kiss by the end. Let you tell me I'm wrong, that's
You're
not
not
how
wrong.
they write movies. And any movie with Chris Pratt in it where he kisses a girl, oh my god, I almost vomited watching Star-Lord and Gamora talk to each other.
Yeah, it's not great.
But in movies that are singular, it'll be like, well, they have to have a romance by the end of this. And the way I grew up, because I've never really been in love, because I'm an American and think that, you know, it's the take my wife culture of like, everyone's supposed to be married, and then you'll like tell a 40-year-old person, it's like, you know, that it's great to be in a relationship because both of you make each other's lives better. And they'll go, really? I never thought of that. It's like, you have 3 kids. You should have thought of that a while ago. People just don't know how to be in love. So it's a hard question in general. But the answer is, again, what would the character do? Who would they be drawn to? And listen to them. And if the chemistry doesn't end up happening, it either means, like, if you need to have a romance, you need to throw it out and start over or change one of them, or like have them fall in love with whoever they gravitate towards, because that will feel believable because it's what that works for the character. One of my favorite, I need to come up with a name for this. One of my favorite phenomena is when an A couple is written to fall in love in something, and they're written as like character A who has a personality and character B who has a personality, and we know they're gonna fall in love, bullet point writing, and they'll get there eventually, especially in like TV shows. And at some point, because you gotta add drama, character C will show up, and it's like, oh, they're a perfect fit for character A or character B. And what happens is, because character A because character C was written to be character A's love interest, they're a perfect match. And it's like, oh, they'll date for a little while, but then like eventually A and B will get together because that was the plan. And then it's like, oops, we accidentally made a perfect healthy couple that has no reason to break up and more chemistry than A and B did. But that was the plan. So I guess we'll just do this anyway. And like, there's always like a terrible episode. Like, God, I was just watching Abbott Elementary with some of my friends, and it's a pretty good show, but like, man, the character romance between Janine and Greg is fucking exhausting, because they just keep going like, well, they have to hook up, and they just keep like having no reason to not, because they know that they like, you can't just do it in the middle of a season. It has to be a season finale, or it has to go a couple seasons. It has to be a will they or won't they, because I don't know how to write people in a happy relationship. Anyway,
it's been a long time since I watched it, but I do recall really being confused as to, in Friends, why Rachel didn't just stay with Joey, because they kind of worked.
Oops.
It annoys me a lot, but what doesn't? Don't laugh. Hey.
Grr.
Wait a minute. Like Jello speaking softly. It's 11 now. I have to be a little quieter. My back hurts.
Wahoo!
Guys, I forgot. I have
What?
pizza.
Yeah.
Oh. To be so lucky.
To be so lucky.
I don't think I would eat floor pizza at this time of night. That sounds like an invitation to heartburn if it was me.
That's because you're gonna go to bed in 20 minutes ago. I go to bed at 5.
Okay, that's fair. Man, really throws me back to one particular semester at college. It wasn't all of college, but somehow I slipped and slipped and slipped and went to bed later and later and later until I was going to bed at, I don't know, 9 a.m. or so, and then waking up at 5 p.m. and going out to the dinner buffet to get breakfast.
Aram,
Downright nocturnal.
Aram, the shit you tell me about college Aram is so concerning every time.
College Aram could do anything, but he mostly didn't. I'm pretty sure I eventually I decided, well, there's no way I can roll this backwards. So when it got to the between semester break, so I was going to be out of classes for several weeks, and I was back at my dad's house, I just rolled it further and further forward until I had done a full 24-hour cycle, and I was now like going to sleep at 8 p.m. and waking up at 5 a.m. and I was like, hey, I made it! I'm an early riser.
Yippee!
Okay. What do you think is the line that's too far for a villain to be redeemable, or that would make adding a backstory for their actions feel, I don't know a good word for this, cheap? This is going to vary from audience member to audience member. Be careful what you make the worst thing they do. The one I always think of, my go-to example of there's nothing you could do to redeem this character for me is Catra from the newer She-Ra, who is in front of the "there are two buttons" button that will destroy the universe, and her ex-situationship is like, don't press that button. It'll kill everyone, including you. I'm telling you because you don't know that. This isn't your plan. You're like an auxiliary villain. So please don't press that, just so you know. And Catra's like, you don't want me to press it? Then I'll press it out of spite. And I was like, welp, now she's irredeemable because she just clicked the kill everyone in the universe button like a child. So I kind of don't care anymore.
Yeah.
And I do remember seeing the creator of that show be like, I really wanted a character who'd be like a problematic, toxic girl that we would still redeem. And I was like, well, you failed. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It's yeah, I know it's tricky. You're walking a lot of fine lines that are in different places for different people when you're trying to do a character who is just like objectively bad and improves and is intended to get to a point where they are sympathetic and the audience is rooting for them, because some people just won't draw those lines in the same place and be like, this doesn't work at all for me.
Okay, you know what actually the real answer is? It all depends on how the narrative treats them. So if they're a real piece of shit, and then even if they don't do anything that bad, but they're a real piece of shit, and then suddenly, again, because the writer knows, I'm going to redeem this character, bullet point, but they don't put in the work, I say they're like only like a normal villain, nothing cartoonish, and then just like, they're like, I guess you're not that different. Now I'm on the team, and they try and Vegeta. It's like, you didn't earn that, and it's suddenly weird that all the characters are cool with it. Having your cast feel some kind of way about it the whole time is important. So, like, if they were going to redeem Catra, I think it would make sense to, like, it would be kind of fun to explore, like, well, most of the cast wasn't there for her pressing the kill the universe button. So they're like, I don't know, she's been kind of annoying, but sure. And then at some point, someone's like, she pressed the kill everyone in the universe button, right? And I'm going, what? That's literally crazy. Like,
No.
Is she stupid?
She's stupid or something? It's already, chat's already suggested this. I would say Zuko is an example of doing it pretty well. There's no such thing as perfect, but, his
Zuko's
sympathetic...
like the poster child of the good way to do a redeemed villain.
Because even from the very
all
beginning,
villains, he earned it the most.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
His sympathetic traits are there from the beginning, even when he is unambiguously an antagonist. He gets basically the entire run of the show to slowly change, not just in terms of development, but characterization. We learn more and more about him that gives more context to why he starts in the place that he does, and it is very earned.
There's also a lot of attention given to the ways in which he parallels specifically the protagonist, who is unambiguously good. So it's easier to like draw the line between his villainy and the point where he's redeemed.
I think funny trick of Zuko is that he is written as he's pretending to be the Fourth Ranger. He is just the deuteragonist from the first episode. He's already sharing the camera. It's not like you get Aang's perspective and then Sokka's perspective for half the episode. The whole show is, here's what Aang's up to, and then here's Zuko.
And here's what Zuko's doing, yeah.
He is the B protagonist, and he's sympathetic from minute one because he's got Admiral Zhao as his own villain. Like, he's very clearly not the ultimate evil. And then, when he does join the team, everyone feels a different kind of way about it.
Yeah.
Aang and Sokka are a little conflicted, but they're like, well, it is what it is. We need a firebender. Katara will never forgive him because she hates his ass for some reasons that make sense and others that are unreasonable in a way that's the point. And then Toph is like, this guy rules. Every time I've met him, he was pretty good. And then he burns her by accident. She's like, you motherfucker. And then she's like, actually, I kind of overreacted. Sorry. Like, like a human.
And also the hysterical little situation of her just being like, every time someone has left with you on a personal adventure, it has apparently been crazy and hugely character development and epiphany. When am I going to get my turn?
I also think it's very important that because they had so much runway to build up to it, they are able to do multiple passed up opportunities and false starts where if they didn't have as much time or they were not as good of writers, they would have just had him change sides and be a good guy from that point on, and instead they didn't, and they drew it out for a purpose in a way that made it feel much more earned when it finally happened.
Katara
and the fact that
Katara's the first one to offer the olive branch at the end of season 2 and is like, do you officially want to be a good guy? And she gives him her 1-up mushroom, she offers it, and then later she's like, fuck you, I can't believe you did that. So it's interesting.
Yeah, it's also the fact that his redemption isn't clean. They're like what Jello just brought up, there's an opportunity. It was like, okay, and here's the chance where he's finally going to switch over because he has every reason to, and then chooses wrong. So you have a little more time with him being conflicted and still making mistakes.
Yeah.
The fact that it's messy is also very important.
If I can very quickly, because Amy and I just rewatched Avatar earlier, within the last year. And I do want to point out, earlier I was like, Avatar's a 10 out of 10 show, even if it's not perfect. There's some shit that you forget about, and I've seen that show 5 times. Do you guys remember how in season 2 when Zuko's, he's having I think I might be a good guy. Oh no. He gets that chance with a Katara, and he says no and joins Azula. But before that, he's struggling with it. And he's suddenly becomes sick with good guy disease. And Iroh walks over and goes, it's the evil in your blood. And we're like, what? Wait. And they're like, you have the blood of a good guy. So's it. No, so's in the good. Whichever one. Roku.
Yep.
Roku. You have Roku's blood and evil blood. And that's why you can be redeemed. And it's
no, they tell him that in season 3, I think. It's the last thing that Iroh tells him.
I'm conflating 2 scenes. The good guy sickness is in season 2, and then you have Avatar Roku's blood. That's why you're an okay guy. And it's okay, so but we're damning Azula to hell though, right? She has the same blood. I'm just saying this is a weird point to bring up. If this is the distinction you want of why he can.
The really fucked up thing about it is that the entire show is about exploring what makes someone good or bad, and especially when they get to the Fire Nation and they start interacting with the citizens, and it's just oh, the people of the Fire Nation are not evil, they're just under a totalitarian government that is evil. These people are just people. It's not Fire Nation people that are evil. It's, it's their government. So it's not determined by birth whether or not you're evil, it's like who you are and what you choose to do, obviously. And then fucking Iroh sits Zuko down, and Zuko's like, I think I need to change sides. And then Iroh's like, I know why you need to change sides. It's because your two grandfathers, on your father's side, you had Sozin, who was the evil Fire Lord. But on your mother's side, it was Roku, and he was the good Avatar. And because of your bloodline, you are adjoining between like good and bad. So you are the only chosen person that can be good in the Fire Nation, and thus you have to help the Avatar. It's like, why? Why? What?
Yeah, like Avatar's really good, but like it does have like a pretty substantial number of weird stumbles since its episodes were written by like 7 different people. You can see some of the crew who made Korra rearing their head a little earlier than you might remember.
Who the fuck put that in there? Because I want to strangle them.
That shit, I'm like, yeah, that I forgot about that. That's crazy. The coming down with the fever while they're in Ba Sing Se, I will actually defend that because like the thing is, it's a slightly different situation. What they're being presented with when they're in the Earth Kingdom is they have a thriving tea shop, and for all intents and purposes, no one recognizes them, and it is going to be a long time before anyone could potentially recognize them. So they are genuinely presented with the opportunity of, hey, we could live a normal life. We could just be done with all of this shit. And we would not just be regular people, we would actually be kind of affluent because this tea shop is kind of taking off. And Zuko is so torn up by whether or not he is okay with that it like it genuinely affects him. And it's psychosomatic. And it is genuine. I've seen stuff where like, you will be so...
The way they do it is really stupid though. Like
I'm pretty sure Iroh does like point blank say it's just like you're at a war within yourself and the good is trying to win, but your badness is getting in the way. Like he literally phrases it like that.
It's a little Star Wars new trilogy is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Like I definitely agree, Savvy, that that is a real thing, and if they spun it more that angle, it would be perfectly fine, but they don't. They just don't.
That's fair. I think I just forgave it a lot because like I was just hearing Iroh say that shit. I must have just been like, well, that's just Iroh.
That's why it's extra weird,
that's just
it's like,
Iroh.
It's like, Iroh, what are you you're usually good at this. What are you doing?
Are you stupid? Listen, what happens? Sometimes we all have off days.
It's like especially annoying because like in season 3 they do a better version of it where the gang finally accepts Zuko and they're like, okay, you can be the Aang's firebending teacher, and they go to their first lesson and Zuko can't firebend anymore because the way he had firebended before, where firebending is based off of like emotion and controlling that, where he would always firebend from like rage, and he's not angry anymore. He's in like a comfortable environment and he's not evil. He's just like, fuck, I can't firebend and I don't know why. So it's like, having to like recenter his character and figure that out. That's like a much better execution of like a very similar idea.
Yeah.
I think I forgave a little bit of that from Iroh because I considered it as more metaphorical than he was necessarily presenting it, but like I don't remember the words he uses, so it may just be that the actual dialogue is bad, and that is that.
Yeah, I will also, just as a follow-up to the initial question of like, how can it be bad to try and redeem a character? There's nothing I hate more than I think this actually is my #1 pet peeve because it covers so many things I hate, and when done, usually makes a bad thing even worse. I hate it when a series will be like, here's how you're feeling now, player, about this. Or like, I hate to always use this example, but it is the worst to ever do it. The fucking, despite everything, I can't say I hate Maribel. And it's like, it's like, I can, dude. I can quite easily. And it's just
Man, I can't. Especially, I can't.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I can't forgive her for impaling Mr. Grimwood 4 times and lacerating both of his lungs, leaving him sputtering in a pool of his own blood by the edge of the arena. He's gonna have to be in bed for like a day to get over that.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
She loved you, by the way.
It is. She loved you, by the way. It's like you didn't put in the work to make me feel like that matters, one way or another, and that's always the problem. And in Octopath loves to like have an opinion about like I go off on it's in like Primrose and Oswald's story. Octopath is clearly written by people who think there is no situation in which there's no trolley problem in which murdering anybody is okay. Which I disagree with as a person, but that's fine because like it's similar to Trails where it's like I hate it when a whole universe clearly agrees with the author's philosophy on something. It's like some of your characters should feel different ways about this, which is why Trails is so frustrating. And it's like no one should ever die and everyone should always be forgiven, and then every single character goes, I agree. I was going to say in unison, but actually they speak one by one to make it as long as possible. And then the only, like, the single digit number of characters they kill are the ones who go, I'm so evil, I don't even agree with that. And they go, we won't tolerate intolerance. Die. And like, or no, what they do is, you're going to go to jail and face due process. Not if I eat the devil drug and turn into a muscle man. And it's like, yes. I guess if you do that and then explode, you won't go to
muscle
jail.
Man, I want to be a muscle man.
And Octopath loves doing that. And God, there's sometimes it'll be like a character will just show up and just be evil and do terrible shit, and it's just like, Hikari, you can't be mad at Ritsu. He only betrayed you to help your evil Darth Vader brother, who's the cartoonist villain that's ever villained, because he wanted money and power. It's like, that's bad. Like, that's
Are you new here?
And he was like, but my sister will also benefit from this. And then it pans to his sister and she's like, I don't want you to do this. And also we were best friends with the prince who gave us jobs and money. I wanted more power though. This makes me sympathetic. It's like, no, it doesn't. It's bad.
Yeah, when it comes to asking, like, when, you know, with redeeming villains, you should always ask, I guess, weighing what they've done versus what it would take to, I guess, even the odds, and whether or not that they have met that criteria. There's a character in Final Fantasy XIV. Technically, this is spoilers for post-Stormblood story if you haven't done it, but I'll be kind of vague. But there is a villain character who is very unambiguously a villain. You think they die, but then they come back and they have amnesia and they are functionally a different person. And a good person. And there's a lot of, like, talk as this person is around again about, like, what do we do? Because this person has done, like, horrible things, and they're also, like, a political liability for various reasons. What do we do with them? Do we treat them as, like, a new person, or do we punish them for, like, crimes they committed that they don't remember? And then that person ends up getting their memories back, and they're like, oh, fuck. And they have to ask themselves, wow, do I deserve to keep going? And they're like, actually, no, I don't. I mean, they do try to commit suicide. So it's like, oh.
Yeah, like, having both the character who did wrong struggle with their own ramifications, and having them like, okay, actually, in Winds of Change, Fire Emblem thing that I'm writing for funsies, how much do I want to give away spoiler-wise? Okay. There are multiple antagonists in a faction that one of the main characters comes from, and her storyline is basically defecting. you learn very early on that one of the other bad guys in her gung-ho gun Bushido blaster whatever group, what do we call it? Snake cultists, Radiant Dawn senators, the guys, is also like, I also want to fix this country through any means necessary, and am like, have done some genocide about it. Basically, like, the difference between them is they're both, he's not even chaotic good, he's just straight up kind of chaotic evil. I don't know what he is. Anyway, the long and short of it is, her thing is, she's like, I tried to fix this from inside the system, but it is too corrupt. You can never be a good enough cop to make a whole precinct of cops good. They will just beat it out of you and kick you out unless you become evil, basically. And he's like, I am doing the other thing. I'm being as evil as possible to rise as high as I can so that I can get in charge, and then I'll do whatever I want, and then I'll be able to do good stuff, but I've done some genocides about it. And the main girl, eventually you can recruit him, and no one is happy with him, obviously. And he straight up is like, hey, for the record, I also have some parallels to the final boss, who we are going to fight, who you have some personal connections to. And they have a long talk about how he's like, I'm just saying, because I've had to calculate stuff from you've been a pretty big political chess piece moving on my board, so I've had a lot of thought about this. If I were you, I would execute me. And I'm telling you that as a show of trust, because, like, I want you to know what I'm thinking now, because my whole thing is that I'm duplicitous, and I don't want you to think of me as someone you can't rely on, at least for this campaign. And also, I'm worried you won't be able to beat the final boss, which this whole thing clinches on, because if you can't do that, we're fucked. And the final boss is similar to me in that they've done a lot of terrible stuff. Can they be redeemed? I think no. And he's got some supports with other characters that are like, hey, how could I ever do well enough to make up for this? And his brother's like, you literally will never be able to. I truly think you are like one of the worst people I've ever have met in my life. But I think that now if you dedicate the rest of your life to doing good, the way they end up describing it is, I think we can maybe bump you up a few circles in hell if you're willing to start making other people's lives good again with your influence instead of horrible. But, like, I'm pretty sure no one's ever going to forgive you. And he's like, that sounds good to me. I'll take that. And, like, I don't know. I find that kind of stuff interesting because a lot of characters want that asshole dead. And also, every time I was like, I bet there's players who don't want to forgive this character. And it's not just him. There's one other character who's very like, that motherfucker, I don't want him on my team. So I do have dialogue for if you just straight up choose to kill them, which you are allowed to do.
I am going to go to bed. You are my friends. Oh, goodbye.
Good night. Have a good night.
Bye.
You are my friends. Wow.
Wow.
I think I should probably go also because it's getting close to time, and if we get into another thing that I actually care about, I'm going to end up sticking around for half an hour and talking.
What do you mean? Yeah. All right, good night, Aaron.
If someone brings up Avatar and I'm like, hang on, and we go for another half an hour. All right, have a good night.
Good night.
Hi.
Didn't know Aaron was such a big James Cameron fan.
I know.
The second point of that question, not redeeming that villain, how do you make the backstory to not to redeem them? Like, how do you make giving them a backstory not cheap? Definitely don't tack it on as an afterthought. If you watched our Danganronpa playthrough, don't fucking show us Teru being a horrible freak, and then after he's about to die, this guy we don't know who just tried to kill us and has been gross the whole time, don't, like, have him go, but I have a mom! And it's like, yeah, me too. Like,
I mean, every character in that game is automatically kind of written into a corner since they all have amnesia. Although, they only don't remember the past year. Like, they don't remember their school life, right? Do they remember their home life?
They remember their home life. That was his thing. Is he's like, I needed to get home because I wanted to check on my mom, so I wanted to kill. It's just dumb. That's why Savvy and I started doing a joke of, what if every time you interrogated Teru, he was like, I just wanted to do this thing, and added like a new sad backstory, and then someone else leans in and be like, but wait a minute, guys, we just learned that Teru dropped Agent Orange on children. Or some shit. God, that was funny. Jojo. Ooh, woo, I'm just a little guy. Adrian's voice for him worked really well, honestly.
Yeah.
If a Sweet Jazz City had a news channel, what would it be called? Hurry, I need to animate it now. It's just called the Channel 12 News. I say, having written a little bit of possible inexplicable Scarlet Charlotte existence into the second book. Everyone's favorite? Sure. Question for Yam and Will. Do you have any thoughts about the Garlemald section of Endwalker? I've been discussing it with my friends who disdain that part, and I'm curious of your thoughts.
It fucks hard.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Sorry things didn't blow up for a while. And they were doing more political intrigue and, like, showing the harsh life, and, you know, this whole time you've been like, oh, the Garleans are purely evil. Which, like, yeah, the philosophy that's been built upon them is not great by many measures. But you start to interact with the people. Yeah.
No, finish your thought.
No, I mean, like, you're going to be able to phrase this much better than me.
I mean, we were just talking about this with Avatar and the Fire Nation. It's another case of, like, the people are not evil. The regime they live under is evil. They had been told their whole lives that every outsider was a savage and evil and would kill them on sight, so of course they behave that way to you.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a real question is if they think Garlemald sucks ass, but they get to Dawntrail and go, you know, Solution 9's not bad. I wouldn't talk to them anymore.
Don't trust them.
I wouldn't trust their opinion anymore. That's my review scale now, is if they're like, oh, the Garleans are like kind of dull or whatever, but you know, I can kind of get behind the logic of Solution 9. They're a psycho. Straight up.
They're evil. Don't trust
them.
Also, Yam and I could go on for hours about why we hate.
Oh, we have. It's like a routine thing that we can't help but doing every, you know, couple months or so, because, you know, nothing will fuel the creative fires more than a 7 out of 10, as Jello has said. But yeah, Euless is my fucking boy. I love him. And the Garlemald section has straight up the best solo duty in the game. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Any thoughts on the Avatar The Last Airbender movie that got leaked? I think it's out officially now. I've heard it was bad from everyone who I know that has good opinions. Nothing good has been made in that franchise since the original. I wish they would stop giving that team chances. They are clearly not talented enough to recapture lightning in a bottle a second time. Oh, it's a 2 out of 10? Flare, you upped your score. It was a 1 before.
That sounds very similar. Yeah.
I was just going to say, what would I want out of a new Resident Evil game? I'd love a Resident Evil game that doesn't go into a corporate, boring-ass lab section in the back half. Tell me I'm wrong. Every Resident Evil game...
No, you're right, 100%.
Here's our cool, new, evocative, scary setting in an opulent, interesting area with puzzles. And then the back half of every game is like, what if we go to boring military island in Resident Evil 4? What if we go to secret umbrella base even though you already blew them all up? It'll look the same. What if we go to boat nobody likes in Resident Evil 7. What if there's a couple bad parts of Resident Evil 8? Listen, the sad thing about Resident Evil, a series I deeply love despite having never played it, is I think the second half of every Resident Evil game is way worse than the first half.
As someone who has played all of the Resident Evils, at least like the mainline ones, and some of the side things like Operation Raccoon City, which is bad. Yeah, the first half is always better. Like, there are many times where I go, oh, I'd love to play Resident Evil 4 again. And I blast through the village, and then the moment I hit the castle, I'm like, oh, this is still neat. And then I get to the island, I'm like...
The island, and you're like,
well,
I'm done.
Well, I'm like, the regenerators are fantastic. If these guys weren't here, I would think the island is like completely meh, right? Does that mean Resident Evil 4 is bad? No, it just means the first half is way better. And the most obvious one of this that doesn't make you go to a lab is 8. 8 is like, starts at the top of the mountain and then falls down. It just like nonstop gets worse and worse. Listen, it's such a shame.
I'm so here for like the stupid fucking Resident Evil, like, oh, you're in a train, oh, you're in a spooky mansion, and the instant it's like you're at a beige steel place in Antarctica, it's like, who give a shit? Let me see. I had another one. What does a work have to do to get a 1 out of 10 for you? I have a scale written down that I don't adhere to it like religiously, but it's pretty similar. 1 out of 10s are rare. Usually it's like something that's already a 2 or a 3, and then it does something like egregious on a separate level. Like one of the newer SpongeBob movies, which I watched for a project, is like it's like already terrible. And it's a soft pilot for Camp Coral, that like prequel series that Steven Hillenburg explicitly was like, I never want to do a SpongeBob thing. So they weren't allowed to do it while he was alive. And then like a couple months after he died, they immediately started work on it, did this movie. And as the credits start rolling, the words "in memory of Steven Hillenburg" pops up. And I was like, 1 out of 10. That's evil. That's disgusting.
Yep. That's some vile shit.
What's my favorite Sapphic story right now? Winds of Change.
Yep, hey.
Of the Devil, woo!
Of the Devil's so good.
That's true. Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, my scale going down is 10 out of 10 is like not a must-see, but like does something uniquely, perfectly, or interestingly in a way that I think anyone interested in this medium should check out. Kind of rare, but like very, very cool. It's perfect. I think almost nothing is perfect. 9 is just, that's so fucking good. That's so fucking good. I could watch that again right now. 8 is an uncomplicated great. 7 can be a million things. It's the difference between a 7 and a 6 is a 6 is that was my feelings towards this are positive. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone I know. And then a 7 is I would recommend this to someone I know. Sometimes that's it. It's not like complicated at all. And other times it's like, this is like a 9, but half of it is a 5. So it has to be a 7. And let me talk to you about it for 9 hours. 5, the difference between a 5 and a 6 for me is a 6, I didn't dislike it, and I don't regret having spent the time to watch it. 5 is, I wouldn't say it's bad, but I don't think that was a good use of my time. 4 is, that's bad. 3 is, that's, I think my rule for 3 is I was checking. 4 is usually, I'm so bored. But like, nothing's like wrong with this. It's just boring. And then a 3 is, this is making me a little bit mad. And I'm checking the time a lot to see how much of it's left. And then a 2 makes me really, really angry. And then a 1 is like, you have betrayed something about the intent of this work. Like, something about this is actively, like, horrible. A 0 is unique. A 0 in my scale is not closest to a 1 out of 10. It's usually closest to a 5. It's, I think this is artistically useless to humanity. I think everything this tries has been outdone. I think this offers nothing. Like Secret Life of Pets by the Minions guys. It doesn't have a single good joke in it. It's pathetic. It's not pretty. It's boring. It's stupid. It's just so vapid and uninteresting. I was just like, I truly don't think anyone did anything worthy of praise here. I think this movie could delete and culture would be unchanged. That's a 0 for me.
Yippee!
Oh, that's
I think the only 0 I've ever given in my life that is along that that ruling where it brings nothing of value to the table is fucking Captain Spirit.
That's a good pick. Lovey has a fantastic example. You know the first Pokemon movie with Mewtwo and Mew? They remade it shot for shot in ugly 3D for some reason a couple years ago. That's a 0 out of 10, baby.
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's pointless. It's the same movie, but worse.
So cool.
La Hatatati is a 0. What's that? Oh, live action, How to Train... I mean, every live action movie is a 0 in its own way, you know?
Did that come out?
Oh, yeah, a while ago.
Oh. Well, I've never heard hide nor hair of it, so... 0.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fresh. It's not shot for shot. They cut important shit, and it's still the same runtime.
Wow.
The live-action Lion King is a 0 out of 10. That's one where it actively made the world worse.
Oh, then it can't be a 0. It had an impact.
Eh.
I'm feeling generous.
Listen, I think a negative impact. How about, okay, let me change my wording, if it pleases you. Not that culture would be unchanged. Culture would be unchanged or better if this didn't exist. Because I think that movie, being the highest grossing box office movie of all time, for a while, is one of the worst things that's ever happened in the entertainment industry. Update your testimony, Jello. Sorry.
I guess I internalized the numbers differently. Because that is a 1 to me.
Oh, well, they're both fine. I hate both of those. How did I know I was poly? I liked 2 people, and I was like, I can make that work. It worked for a while. What do I think about the other 2 Knives Out movies? They're good. I just think the first one is the closest, like, it's the most mystery core to me. It's so fucking Agatha Christie, but good, that I'm just really into it. I like the second one for how irreverent it is and how fuck it, burn it all down it is. Love its climax. I like its framing device. And then the third one, I mostly just like Father Judd a lot.
Yeah. I really like all the protagonists in the Knives Out movies, you know, besides Benoit Blanc, like his partner protagonist. Yeah, all 3 of them have like a different vibe, and I think your favorite will run up to taste, but I like all 3 of them a lot.
Yeah. I like how different they are.
Would I ever make a long-form video essay like the Scooby-Doo one? Probably not. I don't have plans to do anyone on camera for a while. I can't be thinking about video essays. I have to do epithet. Can't you tell how well I'm using my time? The little sheep goes here.
Yo, dog, what happens next?
That's it, brother. Speaking of
Wow.
movies, just came back from watching Princess Mononoke for the first time. It was incredible. Hell yeah. Hey, if you like Princess Mononoke, you know what movie of Amy's favorites you should watch is Sword of the Stranger.
I've never seen that. I've heard good things.
You haven't?
Oh, you'd really like it, Will.
You have to watch Sword of the Stranger with me!
Okay.
Dude, it's just happened to be this way, but like I watch this movie like once a year and it's always with somebody new. Last year I watched it with Aloha. The year before I watched it with Jello. The year before that I watched it with Jay. Like, and they're always seeing it for the first time. I'm like, isn't this the best?
Yeah, I gave it a 9.
It's my favorite movie.
It's a good movie.
Yeah. I've heard very, very positive things, so I'm just like,
You know how you know it's a good movie? Jello gave it a 9 out of 10, and it's a fucking samurai movie.
That's true. I hate samurai shit.
I also don't like samurai things, which is why when Yem was like, this is my favorite movie, I'm like, I am willing to give this a try.
You know why
You'll
it's
like
good?
it.
Here's the trick. Samurai shit is bad. Ronin shit is good. Because,
Okay. Yeah.
Because samurais are knights, and knights are boring because they follow the rules, and Ronin are awesome because Ronin are cowboys, which means they can do anything.
Yeah. I think you can do fun things with knights, but you can't
It's
have
just-
them be the paladin.
Yeah. I
That's
wouldn't
the main
bet
problem.
on I see a knight thing and I'm like, I'm not gonna bet on you. I react to knight media the same way I react to seeing a dog on the street. I'm just like, I don't trust you inherently. You can win me over, but you have to work for it.
You need to earn it. Yeah. I mean, I'm also just a sucker for the aesthetic of knights.
I disagree that knight shit is boring. But I will concede it is up to taste.
Amy walking up the
I
stairs
just
with a
happen to like
knife.
both.
And yet you were intrigued by armor porn. Are you not intrigued by the concept of armor porn? I wanted to know what that looked like. Also, anyone who can draw armor well is just interesting.
That's his learning for learning's sake, chatter. That's what that is.
Every game trailer show is like 50% dull-ass night games. That's unfair. It's dull-ass Soulsborne knockoffs. I don't think I'd call it knights necessarily. And then the other 50% is, let me cock this gun like you've never seen a gun before. From a studio that's about to get every one of its employees fired when this doesn't sell well.
Dude, that just makes me think of the Ninja Theory shit. Fucking A.
Yeah.
Hey, Will, question for you. Any recent rumors from you in video games in general that are interesting?
There's
Oh,
a
there's
lot of-
rumors.
There's rumors, all right. So, you remember at the Xbox press conference, I don't know if you watched it or not, there were a lot of game reveals, and Xbox seemed to be back. I mean, one of the neat things is that they had announced that they were going to go back to doing console exclusives. So, like, Gears of War E-Day is a console exclusive, as well as Clockwork Revolution. Both are a bit surprising. At first, people, and what I thought at first was, oh, Christ, I got to get an Xbox. Not true. When they say console exclusive, it just means it's never coming to Switch or PlayStation, which is like what they should have been doing to begin with. Interestingly enough, the newest person taking over the Xbox division, Asha Sharma, she apparently has damaged relations with PlayStation because the decision to make those games exclusive happened less than a month ago. So, like, they were scrambling to change the trailers and make sure that they got approval to mention that they were console exclusives. And so now Sony's pissed because on some hard drive somewhere is the PlayStation 5 version of Gears of War E-Day. It's ready, which is crazy. But instead, it's also coming to PC, so there's no reason to get an Xbox still.
I love this.
But Fable.
I love this.
Yeah.
Comment. Will talks at the perfect speed.
That's very flattering because sometimes I feel like I go too fast.
No, you
But
good.
But strangely enough, Fable is not going to be a console exclusive, which is very, very odd. And then in an interview with Asha, they were like, so how are you deciding your exclusives? And her response basically boiled to, I don't know. So cool. We'll see where that leadership goes. Not well in some regards because oh yeah?
No, keep going. Sorry, I was just going to mess around on my desktop, so I'm putting up my loading screen.
No, you're good. But at the Xbox press conference, one of the games that was shown off was the new Senua Hellblade game. Looks like it's going to be more combat focused, and it's going to be leading into maybe some interesting cult shit regarding some like gold ink, or that was the plan until it was canceled today. You see, even though the game was revealed 8 days ago for the first time, they unveiled that they were shutting down Ninja Theory today. And according to Asha, the reason they showed that trailer off was to see if it enticed investors. And if it didn't, they were getting rid of the studio. And the other studios that they're looking at getting rid of are Compulsion, which are the folks that made South of Midnight, which is that really interesting. I do want to check it out. I heard it was a little clunky, but like has a lot of lack for a better term and a bit of a pun, a lot of spirit to it. There's a lot of charm going on because it's based on like the folklore and myths of the Deep South. So there's like bottle trees and like giant talking catfish and big crocodiles made of trees and whatnot. Very cool. Very, very cool aesthetic. But it didn't sell super well. And the other studio that they're talking about shutting down is Double Fine. And that's really surprising because the main reason that Microsoft even got that studio was to put a feather in their cap being like, see, we have more than gun, ball, and car. And it's like, okay, what are you doing with them? They're like, uh-oh. And so the most recent thing that Double Fine had released was Kiln, which is a PvP game where you make little pots. And depending on how you make the pot, it changes how fast they are, what their abilities are, and how much water they can carry to go to the other side to kind of extinguish the enemy's kiln. Cute idea, very charming. It launched with a peak player count of 192, and last time I looked, there were 22 players live. So it didn't do great, especially as a first-party Microsoft game. So where does this put us in the gaming scene? Well, Asha did warn that consoles are going to get even more expensive, which is not surprising considering all of the bullshit going on with, memory and things of the sort. And she alluded to the possibility that when being asked, like, where do you think this is going? She's like, well, I mean, consoles are like thousands of dollars, and like, stop and like thousands? Plural? What are you talking about? What do you think is going to happen? Because their big plan is that they want the next Xbox, unveiled as Helix so far, is going to be a premium device. Honey, you're not in a position to do that. Especially considering the Xbox division had a profit margin of 3%, which is bad. So, yeah. So we'll see where things go on the Microsoft side of things. As for other consoles and whatnot, I don't know. Sony's trying to figure their shit out. But on the positive side, God of War Laufey looks good.
I've been imagining this whole time, like the Rumors Tavern thing, and all of that was one text box interaction.
They're like, hey, who's this hooded guy? Don't! Don't!
Several cutscenes will now play in sequence.
Oh, I should probably pause. It's starting.
Keapora Gambora ass bartender.
Yeah.
We have more than gun, ball, and car.
Well, I mean, take for example, back in the early E3 days, when, Sony had all of their characters to show off, like Cole from Infamous or Sly Cooper and like Kratos. Like they actually had like a list of Ratchet and Clank. Like they had a list of people they could show off at their conference. Microsoft was like, we could do that. Master Chief, Marcus Phoenix, guy from Fable, Car, a footballer. I'm like, whoa!
I remember that. That was fucking embarrassing.
Yep.
Guy from Fable. Car. So
Car. Well, God, yeah. So we'll see how it all shakes out. All that I do know is that at this point in time, as someone who was an avid console player for like a vast majority of my life, I cannot in good conscience tell anyone to buy a console right now. I don't care what exclusives it has. It's just not worth it. Because this generation is a wash. Because it's the first generation where consoles only got more expensive. They did not get cheaper. Because now a PlayStation 5 Pro is $950. And that is before you buy an $80 controller or a $80 game. So, no.
Does it not even come with a controller anymore?
Well, it does come with a controller. But, like, if by chance you find something that has co-op or you need to charge one of your controllers and still be able to play, because the cord's not long enough to sit down at your chair and look at your screen. Because from my experience with the PlayStation 5, which, am I glad that I bought it, considering the price went up? I guess. But the main things that you would want to play on the PlayStation 5 right now is Final Fantasy 16, which is on PC now, Final Fantasy Rebirth, which is now on PC, and Switch, weirdly. Don't do that one. Boy, it is actively driving into trees the entire time. That thing barely runs. Helldivers, but that's also on PC, so no reason there. God of War Ragnarok, which is on PC. Spider-Man 1 and 2, which are both on PC. And Astrobot, which is actually an exclusive and one of my top 5 games ever. I think it is whimsy incarnate. It is...
Well, someone on the stream the other day was like, ugh, why fucking my friend says Astrobot is game of the year. That's crazy. That's so stupid. I was like, oh, don't say that shit around Will. If Will says Astrobot is game of the year, I believe him.
Yeah, so that person is like, why didn't Black Myth Wukong win? Because Black Myth Wukong is mostly cutscenes. It has spectacle. Astrobot lets you play, and there's such a charm and whimsy and burst of imagination to it. It's incredible.
Burst of imagination.
You could take all of the nostalgic references out of Astrobot and it would still be a phenomenal game.
Exactly. That's like the biggest thing is those, like, everyone's like, oh, it's just there to like make you wanna, it's like advertising PlayStation. I'm like, brother, you already bought the PlayStation 5. You're already deep in the hole. You're kind of as deep as it gets. What, you're gonna go buy a PSP now? Yeah, okay. So I don't know. For me, it was a celebration. It was a game that was like, we made this because it is fun. And my God, is that refreshing in this day and age when it comes to games.
Yeah.
It was absolutely a celebration of PlayStation history, which, like, you can uncharitably say is just PlayStation propaganda, but, like, people grew up on these systems. People have nostalgic memories. It's fun when they reference fucking Devil Dice, okay?
Yeah.
But like I said, you can take all of that out, and Astrobot is a phenomenal game with so much creativity, controls amazingly from what Will said.
I adore it.
It just, every level is different. It looks great.
I thought you were just gonna say it looks like you can see it.
The soundtrack is great.
Oh my God, it's so good. I need to make this so abundantly clear. I hate collectathons. I hate them. I think they're the stupidest checklist known to man. They actively just buffer the time. It sucks.
Amy
Astrobot
cries
is the only...
in Spyro.
Sorry. I'm
Listen,
sorry,
I'll agree that collectathons are bad when they are not in games that are dedicated, like, that's the dedicated thing to do.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Spyro is a collectathon. The entire game is built around the concept. The Banjo-Kazooie stuff, the DK64 stuff, they're built around being collectathons. Like, you're signing up for that from the get-go. When you're playing, like the example you love to use, when you're playing Assassin's Creed 3 and Benjamin Franklin is like, collect my pages, you're like, fuck off. And
Yes,
you're right
exactly.
to say that.
Astrobot is the only game I have 100%ed. I adore Astrobot entirely.
It's
And
the
someone's
only
like,
game
"Well,
you've ever 100%ed? That's crazy.
well, I should clarify. It's the only game I've 100%ed that is like a collectathon platformer, right? Because like if it's a shooter or something like that, I'm gonna play the hell out of it. But Astrobot is the only one where I was like, oh, there are 300 little robots on it, and I got them all, right? And I got all their little bits and bobs, so they had cute little animations. Like you are like everything that you get as a reward isn't strictly the trophy or whatever. It is the like, isn't this cute? Isn't this fun? And I go, yeah, thank you. This is so nice. And someone was like, well, I'm not going to buy a PS5 for it. I'm like, I agree. I'm saying all these very, very positive things about Astrobot. I cannot recommend buying a PlayStation 5, especially now. It doesn't make sense to. It is a sinkhole of money because anything else that you would normally want to play is on PC. But they're going to stop doing that effective Wolverine, which comes out in September. And I got to be real. After watching the gameplay of Wolverine, while it is also impressively violent, I was not inspired by it that much. I was like, all right, like it looks cool, and I'm sure this plays well because it's Insomniac, and I'm still going to buy it because I have a PlayStation, and it would be cool to turn it on and not have, it just collecting dust. But I'm not excited for it. It's more of a, all right, I'll grab it, I guess. But I don't know. Video games.
The sorrow of knowing that Astrobot is locked on PlayStation 5 forever is the same sorrow I feel with
Bloodborne.
Bayonetta being locked to Nintendo consoles.
I also thought you were going to
Yup.
say Bloodborne.
And Bloodborne too, but like I care way more about Bayonetta 2.
Yeah, super fair. Yeah, Bayonetta is also in a very weird, precarious position.
What was the breaking point for you with One Piece? Because I feel like you used to be a fan. I was a fan for a long time. I own a lot of the manga.
Canadian accent spotted, sorrow, petted spotted, lasers.
Listen, when I first read it, it was only up to just after the time skip, which meant most of it was good. Now there's like twice as much. About 60% of it's bad. That's a lot. It's a lot to read that is bad, I think.
Yeah. That is completely reasonable.
No, I was saying that affectionately. Super doesn't read that way, Flair. Also, Amy.
Also, the Canadian pronunciation is sorrow,
True.
not sorrow. That's American as fuck.
Yeah, that's Chicago. Flair.
It's okay, Flair. I forgive you. Lasers retracted.
I don't know if I thought that word. Oh,
Those were the lasers going back.
okay. Well, we're not going to do that again. That's scary. Let it happen next time. That's a bad sound.
Sorry.
Sorry. Lasers go.
As someone who enjoys more spooky than slasher horror, have you seen Goosebumps, book or TV series, and your thoughts or opinions? Didn't read the books as a kid. Didn't see the Jack Black TV movie. Watched some of the show with Piff and J-Man 1,000 years ago. I think all anthologies are kind of bad and not worth it. Because they're all different. So it's, I don't know, anthology. What do you guys think about anthology series? Because I find them kind of weird. Like, it's a cool excuse to get a lot of people together to do stuff, but it's basically like, check out my lavishly produced zine. So, like, it's all
Yeah, zines are cool.
quality. Okay.
Yeah?
I think it all depends. Like, I think there's some merit to it. I think there's something fun. Like, because, so take, for example, there's a Dark Picture anthology, which are the Until Dawn folks being like, oh, here's our next story or whatever. And they're all wildly different and they're all very wildly in quality. Really the only connective tissue for them is that there is just a strange man in a museum who goes, "Wouldn't it be fucked up if the gas made you crazy?" And you're like, "Yeah, I guess it would be." And then he shows you the video game for the next 4 hours and then comes back and goes, "That was fucking crazy, wasn't it?" And you're like, "Yeah, all right." That's like the only connective tissue between all of them. So I think that's like, you know, it's its own thing entirely. But if you're doing something that is in one setting and you're grabbing little snippets around, I mean, I kind of did that with Evan Ward, quite frankly, where it was like, we're going to follow these folks over here for a while. Do you need to see this? Probably not, but it's like a fun detour if you're like, I enjoy this setting and these characters, but I would like a slightly different flavor. You're basically just ordering the same sandwich, but with different sauces, and I think that's enticing sometimes.
Yeah, and anthology series encourage, you know, experimentation, creativity, and even if you don't vibe with something, someone else might vibe with it. So, you know, it also allows it like diverts a too many cooks situation where if you have too many writers doing the same thing, it's pretty much guaranteed to fuck up. But if you have each one sequestered into their own little pocket, then a lot of writers get to show their snuff without stepping on each other's toes.
True.
Okay.
Does it affect the overall cohesion of the thing? Yeah, sure. But it's an anthology. You kind of make that sacrifice at the door.
Is JoJo an anthology?
No.
No, because it's all the same author.
Oh, I see. We're going from that perspective. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm out of energy, so I'm gonna wind this to a close after this game.
Shutting down. Beep, beep, boo, boo.
I guess an anthology doesn't have to be different authors, but I don't know. Araki's writing is too consistent for it to feel an anthology. It just feels like...
Yeah. I guess I was looking at anthology in the sense of, like, it is all connected, but not, like, you don't need this part to understand the next part. Like, you know, Star Wars is an anthology because, like, some of it is connected directly, but there's other stuff where it's like, do you need to watch Andor? No, but if you want good content, could be worth it.
I don't think Star Wars as a whole is an anthology. It's a franchise, but there is like that. Star Wars has done anthologies. There's that they did like a bunch of animators all did their own Star Wars official thing, and it was like different teams and different houses. Like, that's an anthology. I don't know, to me it's like you're putting together a bunch of stuff in a collection with like a similar prompt. It's like, yeah, I think a zine is honestly a really good comparison. Moo.
Moo.
What's something from ISAT other franchises need to learn? Writing. Funny writing. Sad writing. Multiple writing. Greased lightning.
Understanding what the protagonist actually needs to move forward in a story.
That's true.
Yippee.
Understanding that, like, loving your friends is good, and making them happy is good, but it is ultimately not the thing that Sifrin needs.
I got that sleepy bitch disease.
Uh-oh.
Go to sleep.
That's no good.
I'll finish around. Probably gonna once I'm done, I'm gonna put this video in stasis for a second, just to, like, triple check that nothing on my desktop needed to be deleted or whatever. Probably will be just for safety, so we might lose chat, but I think that's fine because it was less back and forth and more like we read out the questions.
Mm.
Are there any fandoms that are red flags? The concept of fandom itself is terrible. It doesn't matter what the actual fandom is.
Yeah.
I can't wait to be forgotten. It's really funny.
I don't know. Fandom has good and bad things to it.
Yeah. It just feels more like prominent now than ever. It was just like, Jesus, this has gotten a bit rancid.
I have to sleep on my back.
Wah, wah, wah.
Damn. Alright. Alright. Good
Damn
everybody.
it. Toodles.
Okay.
Good night.
Video will be down. I'll check out in the morning. I don't wanna do anything tonight.
Mm-hmm. Toodles.